what's worrisome is that I think our Stens have straight up won their safe lane. Keds plus Shadow Demon versus the Pudge is a no contest. I do not think that Roar will be able to contest their offlane the way that they're actually thinking. Let's see though what they actually plan on going for. Chucky isn't here. I believe we saw Chucky play yesterday. Not exactly too sure, but maybe the lineups have been switched around a bit before the tournament started. Certainly seems like that is the case because you can't play for two teams at the same time. And Chucky is not here for Roar, so he's most likely not with Roar Gaming in the current iteration of Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 5. Karstens versus Roar. I will adjust the logos there for you guys just to be able to give you an idea of who's on the Radiant and who's on the Dire, as long as I see that the logos aren't placed there, so we'll just adjust them from my end. Okay, 1 second guys. There we go. The logo should be on your screens now. Roar Gaming on the Dire side, and it is Karstens on the Radiant. Wonder if we'll see an early level 1 clash or not. So far, neither of these teams making a move across the river. The smoke does come out. And
30 seconds to battle.
Are they going to go somewhere? It does seem like they might want to. Double S smoke does end up breaking, so he will just end up going back.
On it. The battle begins.
Ren. It'll be 2 and 2 bounty runes each. Actually, no, make it 3 bounty runes for Karstens' side. Q picked up that very risky bounty rune take, but in the end, that risk pays off as they come out with the 3 bounties, that early 200 plus gold going their way, and with the recent inflationary prices, Iron Wood Bronze has been changed up to cost around 55 gold instead of the original 50. So that's, with 2 bronzes, that means Q has just spent plus 10 gold early on. But that extra plus 35 gold or 40 gold that he got for the bounty will offset that. Q taking a lot of damage here. Is he going to end up falling? Clove has quite a lot of attack speed with his Willow and will end up drawing first blood. Q did not respect the amount of damage coming out from Roar early on. And this is supposed to be a lane he is going to win, or should win, just because of the nature of the Keds versus a melee hero like the Pudge. But needs to be careful not to end up dropping to just straight up lost hits coming out. He didn't even get hit by the hook, by the way. It was just the brambles coming in by Clove. As it is Clove who need to be careful. He might end up going down. It's a disruption used on double S though from Boombui, which will give the space to Clove to maneuver around. Meanwhile, mid lane Mamang Daya, Huskar versus Queen of Pain. This is normally a great matchup for the Huskar too. Karstens certainly do have really good lanes, but it's not going their way over on the bot lane, but maybe this mid lane is where they can come up with the difference, as Mamang Daya doesn't have as many lost hits as Butterfly, but when you have a lot of more levels coming into your Burning Spear, perhaps then you can, overrun the Queen of Pain. We'll see if that actually happens, because Butterfly effect is a pretty good mid laner. Will be blinking back. As topside, again, Slaughter plus the Wind Ranger is a pretty good lane, but you can't exactly close the gap on towards Kismet. He has the Rocket Barrage always at the ready. In fact, Ren might just end up going down here. Flag Cannon is going to poke him, and Small Panda will end up picking the kill. Karsten's not really a great start to their early game, having lost 2 heroes across the map, both on their off lane as well as on their safe lane. Not exactly a great look for them. Flag cannons do end up coming out. KNP needs to be a bit careful. I know he's playing a Slaughter, but he is just going to get zoned back as much as they can zone him back. Boombui ends up going down towards that bot side. Q tried to position himself towards Clove, but this is not looking good for them. 3 kills being acquired by Roar early on. 2 of them have been in a lane that supposedly the Kez is supposed to win, but he is not winning it. He does have, Q does have a lot of lost hits though. 16 up for the Kez.
I'm going.
Dark Willow
I'm always 3 steps ahead.
is on the mid lane, want to secure them, or at least want to secure Butterfly Effect his lane, because this is the hardest lane, I believe, for Roar. A Queen of Pain into a Huskar isn't exactly all that ideal, but KNP ends up bungling it towards that top side, ends up falling to Small Panda's Fatal Bonds. And even Ren, who has the kill shot, cannot actually do much. It does seem like the sustain, the amount of CC coming out over onto Karstens is a bit too much for them on both the safe lane as well as the off lane. Tom Q has yet to play or yet to demonstrate any aggressiveness.
Are fortified.
Mid lane does seem to be working out though. Mamang Daya is ahead of the Queen of Pain in terms of CS, but that's not the kind of advantage you want to have. He only has about 21 CS compared to the Queen of Pain's 17, so it's not as if Butterfly Effect is disabled that hard. Another power shot thrown out. This time it's going to miss in its entirety, and KMP, 13 lost hits for him. You have to consider that. Meanwhile, the Podge Double S has, or rather SS has 21, has a level 2 rod, has a meat shield as well to absorb a bit of that damage. Speaking of, Q doesn't actually have too much damage going his way. He will have the power threads coming up now, so fair bit of damage. He doesn't have the grappling, so he doesn't have the grapple. So can't close the gap, can't initiate the way that Kez would normally initiate. He will have his level 4 come up, and I assume he'll give it. He'll give a point to his grappling claw. Meanwhile, mid lane, it's a rotation. It's a pincher on Mamang Daya. Blink back on Butterfly Effect. Mamang Daya trying to make his run. Maybe just be able to, as they actually take out Kismet towards that top side too. But the double S coming in here, Mamang Daya will end up being a gunner. A good trade though for Karstens. I don't think they're going to be too unhappy about that, because they did take down the gyrocopter. They did need something going their way, some glimmer of hope, and that is going to give it to them. Even if they do lose Mamang Daya towards that mid lane, you take out the carry gyrocopter, you slow down Kismet, and you enable your own Kez. It's not all that bad. Another disruption with Ren coming in here too. A stun on towards Kismet. Power shot to slow him down. And Q is also making his move here. If they can take down the gyrocopter, this will be massive. But the stun, the cursed crown, is planted down on towards Q. The rest of the 3 of Karstens huddle up in the jungle trying to make their escape. But Boombui will end up going down instead. It's the level 2 rocket barrage. And now level 3 rocket barrage. It is not good for Karstens, who were the ones to make this kind of a move. 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom is going to end up spawning. And the Queen of Pain, Butterfly Effect is here. Has the Sonic Wave at the ready. And the maze is not going to catch the Slaughter. Sonic Wave did not have enough mana in it. And this is going to be 2 Shrines of Wisdom being collected by Roar. Level 5 Podge, Gyrocopter, halfway to his level 6 mark, and this, both Shrines of Wisdom, that is a massive loss in terms of, you know, objective control you have. Because now you have the illusion of control going for Karsen's side. Tier 1 tower is under siege right now. Might just end up falling. It's the first chaotic offering planted down by the warlock. This golem is one of those things that teams now utilize to take down towers early on. 100 base damage,
Tower has fallen.
which is quite good.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, mid lane. Boomboy. He has gone down. Butterfly effect, though, he's still standing. Two heroes having been taken out by Karsen's, and it's double S to end up with two of those stacks. Clove does end up falling, but Ren is still going to go down. And for Roar Gaming, that is 3 kills they acquired for the price of 1. And that's plenty worth it for them.
It's under attack.
Boomboy, he'll be almost able to stop the disruption, just a millisecond too late. And the Queen of Pain will make her exit. Butterfly effect going for that Blade Mill. This Huskar pick has not worked out so far. We take a look at the net worth. It is on cue at the very top of the net worth chart. But it's the Gyrocopter and the Pudge who are trailing right behind him. Sure, Mamang Daya is ahead of the Queen of Pain, but I'm wondering if Karsten's got the early game that they got the laning phase that they wanted. They were in a position where they could have dominated the laning phase, but they just simply didn't play as well as Roar did. Hook is going to narrowly miss. Clove. Oh, Hook is also not going to land. And they need to be careful because the Raptor Dance is available. It is pure damage and it's also heal. Max health as damage means that the Pudge takes quite a bit of it. The hooks have not been on point so far, but they have also been thrown out in positions where it's hard to actually land the hook. Sure, you have the maze. As right now, going on towards Boomboy, he can't dodge the hook even if he is hit by the maze by just using the disruption. However, it's a play on Mamang Daya that they do want to make. It's a Boomboy who is also wrapping around, and they will see the Shadow Demon. This could end up working out poorly for Roar as Ren comes in to throw out the shackle. The maze did come out and so too did the Bedlam, but Boomboy was ready and waiting for the disruption. Unfortunately, the Sonic Wave is going to land on Mamang Daya and he is going to get dismembered. Chopped up into 1,000 pieces. As they will be able to pick up that kill as a hook also lands on towards Boomboy. A blind hook actually catching its mark as Boomboy also goes down and the Gyrocopter is going to be able to pick up all of these stacks. That is a huge loss to Karsten's. The Gyrocopter is now at the very top of the net per chart. He'll leave this Ancient Black Dragon, the last creep over here for Ren to just pick up, but make no mistake about it, this is very much Roar Gaming in control of this early game. 5 heroes on this mid lane. They even have the Golem, which is going to expire, so I wonder if they'll stick around. Tower is very low though, so maybe they do end up going for it, and no one from Karsten is actually showing up.
His middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower.
Kisman farming away. I wonder if he'll go for that Manta style to dislodge away the Slaughter's Corrosive Haze, or if he's going to go for that, Aghanim Scepter Chrysalis kind of build up. Either one works, but then you'll need a Lotus Orb coming in from Double S, and he clearly does not want that Lotus. He wants to be going for that Aghanim Scepter, for that damage output, for that slow. It's pretty good, I suppose. That means your Gyro may end up going for the Lotus. Shadow Word does not apply at this spell as far as I know. Maybe with one of the talents? No Dispel available in any of their abilities. So maybe the Gyrocopter goes for... Yeah, it does seem like he might be going for the Yasha, but he could also just be getting that as a build-up to the Aghanim Scepter. Who really knows? Q needs to be careful. There is going to be a hook thrown out, but he'll recognize that. Will just dodge it. And we'll just continue to farm up with the Echo Slash. They do know where he is. Clove has his eyes set on him.
Scanning.
But Ren is going to make his way here as well. The Shadow Realm comes out in time though. Curse Crown is there and the Wind Run has been used. Queen of Pain jumps forward, has the Sonic Wave action, he clips on Q2. He has no more HP, but he is in under the Raven's Wail, will be able to run away. But at the end of the day, they got what they wanted. They came in, took a kill, because they wanted to open up this tier 1 tower. And that will be all 3 tier 1 towers being acquired by Roar. None of their towers have actually gone down. The topside tower is very low, but no one really here to actually take this tower out. KNP trying to farm up for his Blink Dagger. Mamang Daya farming up for his, I suppose, his BKB or Assange. And I wouldn't imagine Assange and Yasha is the right way to go about it, particularly against Double S, who is going for that Aghanim Scepter. The Sanj, the healing from the Sanj you receive is just going to be negated by that rot.
Dire are scanning.
Game has turned slightly passive, but only slightly. Now, Roar are giving a chance for Karstens to actually farm up, continue farming up. You will have a mechanism for Ren soon. KNP will have a dagger soon in about 100 gold, as Mamang Daya has, or rather Aumq has that Desolator. So they do have some ways to fight back. If Roar do not respect this damage coming up from Aumq, they could find themselves in trouble, because this initiation now is going to be deadly. Let's see though, this timing is going to be crucial for Karstens. These next 4 to 5 minutes, this is where they'll have to start making moves. This is where they'll have to start getting some kills, getting some Desolator stacks going. Boomboy, he sees Kismet. Quite literally, there's an observer ward catching that gyrocopter. But no, the Sword Art isn't nearby. KNP is inside of that jungle. He'll start moving there now, but it's a bit too late. He'll actually move towards that radiant, the mid wave. He has revealed his Blink Dagger. This is not good. Roar now know that there is a Blink Dagger up for the Sword Art, so they can adjust around it. Assuming they do, it is Roshan though that is the real target by Karstens. Can they actually sneak Roshan out right from underneath Roar? Does seem like it's working out so far, and with 20 Burning Spear stacks with the his Kazurai also stacking up on the Roshan, that means that it will be the Aegis that goes in favor of Karstens without any kind of a contest coming out. It is going to be Roar Gaming slightly caught by surprise. But I don't know if they were caught by surprise. I don't know. They're playing really passive. I don't know if this is part of their plan, because they certainly do have items coming back, or power spikes on the horizon. They do have the Aghanim Scepter up for the pod soon. Kaya for the Queen of Pain, alongside the Blade Mill that she already has.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Among Daya, he is visible. Butterfly effect. Does he want to jump in on Mamang Daya? Is the big question. Double S will actually hook him instead. Mamang Daya is in trouble. Chaotic Golem drop down on top of Mamang Daya as Aumq is there, and they haven't been able to take out this first life. Chaotic Offering has been wasted. Double S does not have a scepter either. Now he does have another hook, but now they need to be careful because Aumq is in the vicinity. KNP Looking to come in for the stun. Actually lands it on towards Double S, who is taking in a lot of heat. But it's a Sonic Wave thrown out in response. Disruption from Boom Boy actually will mean KNP is going to be in danger. He has lost his life as OnQ needs to be careful. The Raven's will keep him safe. But an overall 1-0 means that Carstens do lose the advantage. They do lose the fight. Even if it was, just a round 1 brawl that they went for. A team in a power rune is going to go in the hands of Butterfly Effect.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mantis style being picked up by the gyrocopter. As the Huskar Mamangdaya is farming right here. I believe they saw him underneath the observer ward, so they know that he's there. There's not exactly a whole lot of support coming in. Homing missile is going to be planted first as Mamangdaya tries to make his escape, but this might just end up being a lost life here. Teleports will come in time from Ren and Boomboy, so he'll be able to make his way back and just continue farming away. KNP though, he might not be so lucky. Sonic Wave is there. Curse Crown is going to stun KNP down, and turns out they won't even need the Sonic Wave. Butterfly Effect now on a dominating streak. And sure, it's only 1,000 net worth advantage right now. You take a look at the kill feed. They've only been able to acquire 2 kills, and that is one on Kismet and one on Claw. Those kills happened very early on. Mamangdaya, he's visible underneath that observer ward. 20-minute Tormentor has spawned, so it does mean the rest of Carstens are going to come in through the gate. A stun on Double S, but do they really want to fight here? Is the big question. Boombo, he can't actually make his way to the gate here. They
Let's see where the road takes us.
are going to be able to acquire the Tormentor. Actually, Double S found the Dismember. Ren has to get a bit back as Butterfly Effect does blink forward. Homing missile is actually going to capture Mamangdaya. It's a perfect 3-man chaotic offering. The Sonic Wave comes out too. Butterfly Effect and the hook coming in from Double S on cue. His life is going to be forfeit despite of this posturing by Carstens. Boomboy was just forced to watch across the map as he lost his entire team without being able to come in to assist. Roar held the high ground. They were the kings of the hill in that position.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant
As trying to wisdom, Boomboy, nice attempt by him to snipe it out from the other side, but it will not happen. The Pudge Butterfly Effect will be able to collect the shrine and also collect the kill. The kills here are... Now the lead has staggered. A bit beyond control for Carstens. OmQ, he's had the Desolator for so long, but they haven't been able to come up, or rather do anything with this. At the same time, the Huskar's impact, Mamangdaya's impact has worn off. Now this could be a huge kill if they can find it. Kismet doesn't have too much mana and actually has no idea of what's coming his way. Trying to go for the teleportation will never be successful. He will get taken out. Mamangdaya will pick up the kill, and it is a big kill to be found. Carstens, certainly that kill, it is a long road to recovery, but that kill gives them a head start.
is under attack.
Q sent up into the air. He does have the BKB though, so at the very least he'll be able to just make his escape, and they won't be able to catch him unless they throw the hook. And the Dismember on Q, his first BKB use of the game, is going to be negated, completely wasted. They do find Small Panda, but that is a small token that they will receive. With Corstens losing their carry, that's a bigger loss than Roar losing their gyrocopter in that earlier skirmish. The reason that it's a bigger loss for Corstens is the fact that the Queen of Pain is very farmed up. The Pudge is very farmed up. Corstens do not have that same luxury. In fact, Mamandaya, he'll need that disruption from Boomboy to keep himself alive. Double S, he's still moving on in. As soon as he lands that Dismember, Mamandaya cannot escape. In fact, it's going to be the hook that will be his end. The plus 150 meat hook damage means 510 pure damage coming out from that hook is just a bit too much. KMP trying to run but cannot make his way. There is nowhere to run. 5-21, Roar Gaming. A bit too far ahead at the moment. Caseman did go for the Manta style instead of that Aghanim Scepter, as they might be able to take down this tier 1 tower. They certainly seems like they want to take it down, but the response might come in. Ren thinking about it, but there's no follow-up. Caseman going to go back for the tower, has the Solar Crest. But the glyph does come out. It should push Kismet back. I don't think they're going to go back in. Or are they? They're actually... Okay, they do want to go back in. At least the glyph will refresh though. It was a Roar though found on Boomboy. He has been annoying so far, but... For Roar, you know, he has come out with really good saves, but that most of his annoyance has just been tickles. For Roar, he hasn't, and that's not his fault, right? He can only, the Shadow Demon can only enable his cores. As long as his cores are not in a position to fight, what can Boomboy possibly do? Butterfly effect will blink back. Has an Aghanim Scepter now and has hit critical moth on that Queen of Pain. At the same time, Gyrocopter Kismet, he does have something coming his way. It is going to be an entire Hurricane Pike, so has a degree of separation away from Q, who is trying to go for his Butterfly, but doesn't actually have it.
Where's my pigeon?
Now they might challenge them, or they might not challenge them. Who really knows? Because 5-22 on the kill feed to 7,000 net worth advantage, and Roshan has spawned. So for Roar Gaming, they'll head on over inside of the pit, and for Carstens, they have an important decision to make. Contest Roshan? It does seem right now though that they will not contest Roshan. They'll just end up going back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kismet taking the Aegis down.
Tower is under attack.
Or picking the Aegis up, rather, not taking it down. He did take it down, but then he picked it up. Roshan took it down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower, the second one of the game, and it does appear that Carstens want to trade, but even though they have a Desolator there, it's risky. Because the teleport away, even with the BKB, may not be possible. We saw it last time with Q trying to go for it, but Double S just came in with a Dismember.
Attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling.
And now it's on the high ground. Banner has been placed down too, so Carsens can't simply ignore this. They will have to come inside of their base to defend, but maybe they just give up the barracks? Not exactly too sure, because OMQ, he isn't coming back. He's just splitting the map, but he's not splitting the right way. Even if he was to split the map, there's a banner here. Illusions trying to clear up the banner. One more hit on the banner will be enough, but they will lose their barracks in the end. Carsens give it up without a fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And that was a full Aegis, so it's not as if Roar will just go back. They'll come back in. They'll probably be going for the mid lane here, I suppose.
Dire are scanning.
Or no, they're actually going to come in with a smoke. They see Mamang Daya. There's a Blink Dagger on the Pudge as well. Double S will throw out the hook. Actually doesn't catch Mamang Daya. But they still have to be kind of careful.
Dire are scanning.
They're going to go for yet another high ground play. Now the question is, will Roar
Radiant's bottom tower is under
see this play coming? Carsens are wrapping around.
Radiant's
Clove is playing it very careful. His smoke is going to break, so he will know something is awry. Carsens trying to still make their mark. Mamang Daya saw the Pudge, but he cannot be the first point of contact. The Pudge is too damn tanky. Golem is going to drop on top of them all. The Sonic Wave is going to go out, but Butterfly Effect, he needs to find his blink out. OMQ is doing a lot of damage on towards him. Rapid Dance comes out, doesn't actually catch anyone. The BKB has now worn out. The Butterfly Effect, he does fall towards that backline. All the meanwhile, Kismet is very low, and the Aegis is going to pop. This has been a great fight for Carsens. They'll even be able to take the Gyrocopter out. Kismet does fight back, but cannot fight any longer. A triple kill for OMQ with this wraparound coming in perfect despite of the shaky start. And OMQ, he did have the damage output there to get it done. And now maybe they just only have one barracks down. Maybe with this, it might just be enough. Maybe they'll just go in forward towards the mid lane. Perhaps maybe even pick up a kill towards Double S. He blinks away, but the life break actually caught him. And there they are zoning in on him as well. KMP blinks in for the crush. No support there available. He is the only one standing, and he will be the last one to fall.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just down to about a 3,000 advantage now. As the Terrorize does come out, keeping the tower alive for a little while longer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Mamang Daya. Certainly not where you come up with the difference. Certainly not the power spikes in from a mid-game oriented team. This wasn't where they were supposed to find their comeback, because their heroes are a lot less powerful than they were a few minutes ago. But they managed to get the job done. And then in the end, that's what counts. Mamang Daya has a BKB, a full 9-second duration. You have a BKB on the Slaughter. KNP had it in that last fight, of course. And with these 3 BKBs, it does seem like the Rot doesn't actually do anything.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The magical damage coming up from Roar for at least the first 7 to 8 seconds of the fight doesn't do much. And most of it is just magical damage. The Kismet is the only one that comes in with physical damage. Sure, he has a Daedalus, but does not have the side gunner. So his damage is actually not that high compared to a gyrocopter with a scepter. Satanic almost at the ready. With that, perhaps they can actually fight back. And you have a Crimson Guard for double S. He's going for the Lotus Orb now, I believe. Or no, I'm not exactly sure what he's going for, because he has skilled up the Ultimate Orb. Is it the is the Ethereal Blade? Because now the Ethereal Blade requires an Ultimate Orb rather than the Ether Lens. No longer gives that cost range, etc. Karstens are on the move though. Does seem like they want to take a fight. The only question is, where do they actually want to fight?
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Bumbui. Ooh, almost gets caught, but he has those spider senses. They started to tingle, and the first tingle was enough for him to blink back. A greater healing Lotus up for the Wind Ranger. The game has become slightly passive, but it's mostly just both teams itching to take that good initiation. And the initiation matters a whole lot. Roshan is guaranteed to respawn at the topside river. And does seem like it's going to be a full duration respawn. All the meanwhile, Butterfly Effect has the Shiva's Guard. I'm not actually sure who comes out ahead in the team fight. Sure, you have OMQ. He is fully online, has hit critical mass. As Roshan is going to be up in the next 10 seconds. And is going to remain towards the stop lane for the next 3 whole minutes. So observer wards, sentries, information being planted down. But it's not as if Karstens do not realize that this is going to be a potential play.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke coming out from the Radiant side. Everyone's smoke is going to break. It's going to be KNP to start things off, but a Butterfly Effect manages to find the blink away. Sonic Wave comes out on towards KNP and Mamang Daya, who have to go back, but a hook comes out on towards Ren. Disruption from Boomboy to keep their Wind Ranger going, but the Shadow Strikes are too much from the Queen of Pain to contend with. It's Boom Boy who's lost his life. KNP falls as well as now Q and Mamang Daya, the duo, go in together and they rip apart the Podge. Kissman cannot fight back in this position. He has the Satanic up but cannot find the damage output. He will be able to take Ren out, who did come in, so that's a dieback as Q, his scepter, or rather his BKB, has now expired. And he cannot fight back. Shadow Strike comes out with a Sonic Wave. Another one in the game will mean his and Mamang Daya will end up falling lost, as it will be an entire team wipe that Roar have found on Carstens. And the Gyrocopter will just replenish his HP. On Q, he actually comes through the gate. Kissman is in a world of trouble, and it's so surprising they weren't able to keep their Gyrocopter alive. On Q, though, he did come in with the buyback. As Boom Boy is also coming in with a teleportation. Can they keep Q alive? The Echo Slash? Willow will need to escape. Surely they saw the teleportation coming in here. Now, if they didn't see it, perhaps, you know, it's okay that they die. But if they saw the teleportation, I wonder why the Gyrocopter kept himself in that field. Did not have a BKB. He actually doesn't have a BKB. But at least Q with this buyback will be able to settle Roshan for themselves. They'll be able to pick up that Aegis, and actually it's a third Roshan. So it comes with that cheese, comes with that banner. KNP. Roar need to be careful because Q, he is waiting patiently inside of the pit with a second life. So it's not as if he needs to make risky plays. Q jumps forward towards the high ground in the jungle, but he got feared up. Terrorize comes out as he has lost his life. The double S though, trying to run back, but Q, he is in with the chase. Will be able to take double S down. Good returns being found by Carstens. I don't exactly imagine them being too far behind despite of that lost team wipe. Q came in with a buyback and he was able to come up with as a difference maker.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Q. Carstens looking at that high ground. If they take out this barracks, that will even out this the current state of the game at the very least. In fact, they might actually be ahead because they have 4 minutes with the Aegis. They might actually go for yet another lane of barracks towards that bot lane if they want to. They have a refresher. Actually, they're going to make a play on that Gyrocopter. Kissman, who has a buyback, but he is going to get bursted down. Mamang Daya to pick up the kill as the Queen of Pain Butterfly effect needs to be careful. He does have a BKB, or rather doesn't. KMP, though, it does seem like he wandered on a bit too far forward. Will be able to get back, or can he? He actually got hit by the Cursed Crown. And now with this Podge coming back into it, Kissman has also bought back. So Carstens are in a lot of trouble here. They will lose Boom Boy. Mamang Daya is also getting chased. He will activate the BKB as KNP comes back in, but wasn't able to do anything. And that was a buyback from their Slardar. If they lose KNP, Roar Gaming will just head for the throne. As KNP will end up going down for about 100 seconds. Mamang Daya does have a buyback, but it will be Roar who will start going through the mid lane and will have an advantage in terms of manpower. It will be a 5v4 fight, and Carstens will have to go in for the buybacks.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Q jumps in. Quite a lot of damage on the Podge, but a Sonic Wave to hold them all back. However, Double S goes back in. Boom Boy has to self-destruct, but cannot keep himself alive. That's Boom Boy down, but he does have a buyback available. So to a bunch of heroes, a couple of heroes at the very least from Roar. but it seems like Roar may not be able to get as much. Or will they? Boombui should be buying back. He will.
Radiant's
As
bottom
Roar,
tower is under
do they
attack.
continue to poke and prod here? No buyback on the gyrocopter means that if one team fight lost could end up separating them from certain defeat. A hook found on Mamang Daya though. As the Brambles, they do catch the Huskar. Gale Force not enough to keep the Pudge in the wind. Double S. Mamang Daya, he popped back into this so he cannot get caught. He does have a BKB. As he jumps forward with a life break on Butterfly Effect, but he is a bit isolated here from the rest of his team. His team is going to be forced to come in. Boomboy comes in with the Purge. On towards Butterfly Effect. Great shackle found on that gyrocopter. Chaotic offering to try and counter some of the effects out. As LMQ is held in, but going in for the Raptor Dance, will be able to lifesteal somewhat, activate the Satanic, but cannot fight back. And with Mamang Daya and LMQ falling, that should be the game. Carstens will give up game number 1 inevitably as they don't have anyone still standing. And GG will be called in favor of Roar Gaming, who will be your game 1 winners in this best of 3.
Dire victory.
Oh man, good series coming out by Roar side. Or rather, a great comeback being found by Carstens as well. It just unfortunately came a bit too late. Roar just took a bit better team fights at the very late game, particularly that very last one, isolating the people who did not have a buyback. And when you don't have a buyback, it's so risky actually leaving your base. But who knows, maybe Carstens can actually have a better start, because it did seem like the start was very shaky for Carstens, but they did demonstrate the skill necessary to defeat a team like Roar. But is it going to be that good start, or are they going to flame out and get swept under the rug? We will find out after a short break. against Carstens, at least game number 1, despite of that massive comeback being made by Carstens, despite of the buybacks being used and Carstens really fighting tooth and nail, quite literally, to take the game away, they weren't able to come out with the win. Roar Gaming held to their guns and they managed to do it, and now they'll have that Tiny presumably on the mid lane because the buffs to the Tiny have made him a really good mid lane hero. Back to his to where 2 patches ago he was being played on the mid lane consistently. It's now back to that position. With a stun being an AoE stun, you can no longer, if for example, the Tusk here can no longer use the snowball while he's hit by the avalanche. That's a fantastic buff to the Tiny. I think it's certainly going to help them. Roar Gaming, though, they need to stack up some damage. And speaking of, it is going to be the Templar Assassin that will come out in their favor. One of the better heroes against the Centaur because the refraction, you can use it to mitigate the damage coming in from the Hoofstomp as well as that double edge. Sure, the Retaliate does take out one of your refraction charges, so we may see the Centaur skilling up the refraction early on. Carstens, though, they have their hoodwink for the break against the Tiny. Just Tiny doesn't really care too much about that break, if I'm being honest. They have a Tusk too, and I think it should be Boombui on the Tusk. Certainly, we saw him come out with really good saves last game, similar to Ren yesterday. I think Carstens' supports are really good defensive players, but they need to amp up their aggression. And I'm wondering who OMQ goes for. The Wind Ranger is certainly a possibility, but Carstens will pull into that Terror Blade as their carry. And now they need their mid lane hero. I think if you go for a Terror Blade, you need to add in another frontliner, like the Centaur you already have, but you just add in another one. And I think for Roar, they should look to ban out the Primal Beast, because it does seem like the Centaur plus Primal Beast with a Terror Blade as that damage insurance is a great combo that Carstens can go for. Roar, will they spot out the Primal Beast? No, they will actually ban out the Ember for now. Carstens, they ban the Pudge, giving the respect ban to SS. But who are they going to ban next? Maybe just ban out the Tidehunter, because the Tidehunter seems a bit broken in this current patch. Will probably be nerfed in the next patch to come. But it's a Darkseer that is going to be banned out, as Roar ban out the Venomancer, surprisingly. Carstens, will they pick up the Primal Beast here and now? Or will it just be a support? Or rather, sorry, will it just be a spirit? Mamang Daya does play a fantastic Storm Spirit, but you also have the option for the Puck right now. One of the heroes that does do well against a Disruptor. Storm, unfortunately, does not. But you can also go for the Void Spirit if you're worried too much about the Disruptor.
Radiant team pick.
Oh no, Carstens actually go for the Kunkka. Kunkka was buffed up recently, but it's not major buffs. I don't think Kunkka is going to be back as the S tier pick up that he was a few patches ago, but it's certainly a good start. Roar Gaming, though, who are they going to pick up for their last hero here?
5 seconds remaining.
I think a Primal Beast would be pretty good for themselves as well. But maybe you can just go for the Puck yourself, because the Puck versus Kunkka, while you suffer in the lane, it's very dodge to phase shift through the Tidebringer, and there's no range projectiles coming in, so the phase shift you can't use it to replenish your HP and mana, but you can't X mark the Puck down. As Roar will not go for it, they will actually go for a Brewmaster, a hero that has been significantly changed. I believe the Brewmaster has received so many different changes, but I did forget that Roar already had their mid lane hero picked up. It was a Tiny. They had their off lane hero, and it's not going to be a Primal Beast. It's actually going to be a Brewmaster. I will just open up the changes for the Brewmaster, and let's see who it's going to be. Strength gain has been decreased, intelligence gain has been increased. They removed a few of his abilities, and now he has a new innate, the Liquid Courage. Thunderclap cost point, his animation has been sped up quite a bit. The Void Ruling has been removed. Duration has been increased. That's going to be a big one, but it's only been increased past the level 12 mark. And all Brewlings now receive their respective Drunken Brawler stances. That's actually pretty good. Earth Ruling does no longer have the status resistance. Building damage has been decreased quite a bit, significantly so, from 50 to 40, and at the level 3 mark from 150 to 120. Movement speed has been increased, again, past the level 12 mark. Storm Brewling's damage has been increased, so it does seem like a bit of mix and match. It seems like more of a readjustment than, possibly a buff or not. But with so many of these changes, we will have to see how the player himself adapts, how the Brewmaster actually does in the game. The Scepter is pretty good. It provides a brewed up bonus to all Brewlings on the cost, increases the abilities level to the level 4. Earth's Ruling has 4100 HP with the Scepter Primal Spit, so it does seem like that is going to be a key ability. I will have to keep an eye out on Double S and see what he can get done. Similar to the Budge, he's playing a tanky mid lane hero. Oh, I'll have to adjust the logos because it's no longer Roar on the Dire side. It is going to be Karsten's on the Dire side. It is going to be Roar on the Radiant side, and I have adjusted the logos there for you. Of course, I do it from my end. It is a bit of a tortuous attempt, right? Getting the Brewmaster to wrangle inside of your lineup like this. I'm not sure if they've had much time to practice this matchup as well. Let's see though, because currently we had 3 bounty runes going the way of Karsen in that previous game, and this time around it will be an even bounty rune exchange. At the end though, I think despite of the Brewmaster changes, the Terrorblade is still supposed to be a lane dominator. One of those carries that does do pretty well in the lane because you have the Metamorphosis. So we'll see what he can get done on the Brewmaster. He also has a tag team coming in. This should be, despite of having the Ringmaster here, I think this is the lane that should go the way of Karsten's. I think with the, or rather, you have the Drunken Brawler, but I think in the end it doesn't matter. I think Drunken Brawler plus Q's Metamorphosis means that the Brewmaster, Double S can't play super aggressive. Ringmaster has to play defensive as well. Can trade okay-ish against a Tusk, but you have to consider that Tusk is a melee hero, has more HP than the Ringmaster does. Not by much though. Right now he's found the shards, he's found Clove locked in, and will be able to dish out a few hits on him. Meanwhile, Double S brawls against Q, but it's actually First Blood being drawn towards that bot side. Ren able to get the First Blood on Small Panda. A big win for Karsten's, who did lose First Blood last time around. But this time, similar to how they got dominated in their safe lane, they seem to be able to dominate Roar on their safe lane in game number 2. Certainly a good start. It was just a support kill, so in the end, this doesn't actually disadvantage Roar in the sense that it only advantages Karsten's for the gold bit. Mid lane Butterfly Effect Tiny versus Mamang Daya on the Kunkka. A bit of an even matchup. The Tiny has too much HP. I mean, you take a look at his HP right now. At the level 3 mark, Tiny ends up at 1000 HP. We'll see. Yeah, 1044 HP. So much stat gain on that strength hero. Both of them will be going, or rather, no, only one of them has actually gone for that bottle. It is Butterfly Effect. Topside, Clove will end up falling to Q's last hit. as Double S cannot actually take Boombui out. So in the end, it is very much deja vu, except a contrasted deja vu. Roar last game got the first blood on their offlane and then got a second kill on their top side. Karstens are doing the exact same thing. Double S will just be stacking some hits, and even when the Metamorphosis is down, you can't really do too much to the Panda, to the Brewmaster. And they can't actually do much to OMQ either. I think this is a great laning phase for Karstens. I think it was supposed to be a good laning phase for Karstens last time around too, but this time they certainly have found their footing. Let's see though. Last hits all favoring Roar, or rather, last hits all favoring Karstens. 21-4 for the Terrorblade, 19-3 for the Centaur, 18-6 for this mid lane. Kunkka, Mamang Daya certainly winning the exchange there, not by too much, but still winning it nonetheless. Nice use of the X mark there to secure the rune. X mark himself back, try to secure the other water rune as well, away from Butterfly Effect, who won't be having that water rune to rely on. Small Panda towards that bot lane ends up falling as Roar Gaming have lost 3 heroes, 3-0 right now on the kill feed, in an apparent advantage to Karstens, of course. Ren has the glimpse back. This might end up being the first kill that they get. Kismet will secure it, as KMP is too tanky for Roar to actually take down. But in the end, their Templar Assassin did not go down for any of the 3 kills that Karstens found. So Kismet will be off to a decent start. I wouldn't say it's a great one, because the Terrorblade does seem to be doing really well, because OMQ does have a kill as well. Got hit by the dagger in the dark, and will be slowed down. Double S does not have the clap. Oh no, Kismet falls towards that bot lane. Pretty far out, I would say, on that Templar Assassin. A huge kill being found by Karstens, and they're even posturing towards going on towards Small Panda. The Bushwhack doesn't land though, so they won't be able to get the kill there.
Radiant's bottom tower
Butterfly
is
effect.
under attack.
Should be a bit careful here. Well, he can't be careful anymore. The X mark as well as the ghost ship comes in. Bushwhack also to follow, and Boombui here with the drunken brawler should be butterfly effects end. However, OMQ does end up going down towards that top side, so it is going to be a trade. But OMQ, he found Double S with the kill, so this entire exchange significantly favors Karstens. They're up 1,000 net worth in terms of an advantage, as even Kismet will end up eating that Bushwhack. And Kismet is a goner. He doesn't have the refraction. Double Edge will land on him. Will have the refraction up now to absorb it. Turns it around. The avalanche didn't actually land on KMP, but the tree toss will be enough from Butterfly Effect to secure the kill. Bushwhack comes on towards Kismet, but I don't think Ren will be able to secure the trade. In the end, the Roar Gaming do roar back, but Mamang Daya found a tier 1 tower towards that mid side. So overall, it's advantages all over for Karstens. Q needs to be careful. There is a split available from SS. Although I'm not sure the split will be enough to take out Q. It's a very slow burn, and the teleports can come in at the tier 1 tower. I think Karstens will be more than ready to defend their Terrorblade if they have to.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A gift from the Tempest of Dark.
Butterfly effect almost close to his Blink Dagger, but he is, I mean, he's about 850 gold away, so it's a lot of creep waves. It's 3-4 creep waves he'll still have to take down, and maybe once they get their Blink Dagger they can start the fight, but it's still going to be a long road to recovery. I think as long as Karstens had, you'll need your Desolator up. Meanwhile, Mamang Daya is farming away for his Radiance. Once you get to this Radiance from Mamang Daya, remember, you have a Terrorblade, and it is very much Roar who are fighting against the clock. And sooner or later, they will scale down. We've all seen the Terrorblade, what he can do when he has the Eye of Scotty up against a Templar. It just turns into a game where the Templar can't actually find the right positioning to take the TB out. Meanwhile, same thing can apply. Double S is going for his own Radiance, so it's not exactly going to be a one-sided affair by any means.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage, or rather amplify damage, available on that bot side river. 80% base damage increase, 15% spell amp, but Tusk isn't exactly a hero that uses it quite well. Topside, there might be a brawl brewing. Mamang Daya is going to be glimpsed back into the Static Storm. Bushwhack is going to hold up this in place for a little while. Mamang Daya does have the Ghost Ship available. Toss comes in though, that will be his end. Boombui couldn't find the snowball save there, and is sent up into the air for potentially yet another kill that Roar want to acquire. Remember, that was no Blink Dagger play, they just played with the glimpse. And speaking of the glimpse, they'll glimpse the Hoodwink back. Ren has nowhere to go. Butterfly effect coming up with a double kill, as Boombui will make his way through the gate, I assume. No, he wants to stick around here, pinging out the tower.
Dire's structures
But the pings are coming in from Clove. Boombui needs to be careful. And the question is he sticking around because they want to come in? They do. Mamang Daya is teleporting in, but he's just going to end up getting glimpsed back. He planted the X mark on himself, though. Mamang Daya found, or rather knew, what Roar would end up doing.
Dire's top tower is under
What a counterplay. What the foresight coming in from Mamang Daya. Thinking 3 steps ahead. You get glimpse back, but you plant your X mark on yourself as soon as you enter into the lane, and the glimpse back doesn't do a single thing against you. They found a kill, and they also negated the pressure on their tier 1 tower. Otherwise, that tower was forfeit. That tower would have been taken down. So great initiative coming in from Mamang Daya, even if he should be farming away. Kismet. No detection. Detection is coming in though. Bren has the dust. Will reveal Kismet as the avalanche does come in, but the ghost ship should be taking this Templar out. The escape act does buy him some time, but the refraction was just a second away. Unfortunately, that was a second that Kismet did not possess. The tier 1 tower though will end up going down. Karstens will acquire that alongside the kill on the opposing side's carry. SS wants to find the tower trade, but the Centaur's TP is going to come in, and Double S has to go back. TMP. There's a toss. SS doesn't have his primal split, but it seems like they still want to poke and prod. Mamang Daya is here, has the X mark, but it's on the wrong target. They can't actually take Double S down. He has too much HP. In fact, he has a earn 2, but it doesn't have any charges in it. Butterfly effect won't be tossing anyone. It's actually another static storm found on Mamang Daya. The toss does do a bit of damage. No ghost ship available, as Mamang Daya will end up going down despite that X mark. Roar are being pushed back ever so slightly. Avalanche is there. They actually clip Ren, and they'll find the glimpse on top of him. Boom Boy can't use the snowball because that would mean he'd have to snowball into Roar's lineup, as Kismet does make quick work, or rather, it was a long-winded effort, but they do find the tower in the end, and he is very close to his Desolator. Just needs about 700, or rather, just needs about 500 more gold for it. 300 gold now. And once you have that Desolator, your damage increases a lot on your lineup. Sure, you may have as well been maxed out as far as most of the damage that's going to exist for Butterfly. Apart from, you know, level 15 talent, he'll have a plus 100 damage there. The grow toss damage will also increase when he hits his level 12s. Their eye KNP. Can they possibly take KNP down? He has an entire Crimson Guard. This is so difficult to actually pull off. They don't even tickle him. It's like trying to impale someone, but you're using a feather rather than a sword.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Butterfly effect. He sees Mamang Daya. Boom Boy is there with the snowball save. Will be able to save them up a bit, but the Wheel of Wonder is going to taunt them. Ghost Ship does come out, but Small Panda is moving in for the Static Storm. The only thing is, they don't even need the Static Storm. They will bring Mamang Daya to his knees, and Boom Boy will follow pursuit. It is 2 kills now, Butterfly effect on a dominating streak, and now it's actually Roar Gaming who have the advantage in terms of kills, in terms of net worth.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sure, the one thing is, I have actually switched, sorry guys, I switched to the net worth a bit later. But according to the net worth, it is the Templar Assassin who is at the very top of the net worth chart. But the thing is, OnQ is also farming up. Sure, he's had a slow game. He doesn't have the kind of farm that the Templar does. Has about 140 CS, so he is behind that 10 CS gold standard. 10 CS per minute gold standard, but he'll have a Mantis Style soon, so he can dislodge a few of these abilities. I don't know if it will be enough. Mamang Daya, once again, X marks himself to dodge out that glimpse. It did look flashy when he did it the first time. This one, he just took his sweet time with it. But it's Kismet. They see him. Torrent is going to go out. It's not going to actually catch him. And Kismet will have another refraction with a Static Storm. This might be enough of a buffer to keep their Templar Assassin alive. Kismet will be dragged back as now they go in. It is going to be Karsen's in a world of trouble. Mamang Daya will be glimpsed back and brought down. Butterfly effect. Does seem like a damage. They're not content with it. They want to dish out more. Kismet ends up with 3 Desolator stacks. 6 overall damage. And because they took Mamang Daya down, Roshan is up for grabs. 2,000 of a net worth advantage. When Roshan falls, it will be 3,000 of a net worth advantage. Q is going to dish out some damage towards that bot lane as a tiny butterfly effect jumped forward. Not the right position because the Q went like this and tiny went like this. But Roshan, because Namangdaya left, or rather, because Butterfly Effect left, they won't be able to finish Roshan. Butterfly Effect will realize the folly in his error, or rather, the folly in his moves, is now coming back here. Terrorblade is here too. Static Storm is actually keeping Q held in. KNP, despite of having the Crimson Guard, does take a bit of damage as Butterfly Effect waiting to find the right avalanche. Q is very low on his HP. Centaur set up into the air as Q is going to be the target. Has the Sunder but cannot use it. But Butterfly going in with the avalanche. Ren is in danger too alongside Boombui. Everyone from Karstens is in trouble. And they'll lose the fight. Despite of having a good position, they couldn't find their mark. They couldn't make their move. And this will end up being Roshan in the end after yet another brutal engagement for Karstens. Roar, now they're really far ahead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's an entire team wipe and Mamangdaya going down too. It's rough. It is really rough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
$7,000 of a lead right now as the Templar Assassin is starting to scale beyond control. It does seem like Roar Gaming, they have hit their timings, and them playing against the clock has slowed down. Because the Terrorblade has been disabled.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
KNP picking up a haste rune. Butterfly Effect wanted it for himself, but the Ooze will actually dispel away the haste rune. So it's interesting. It's interesting that the Ooze does that. The Tornado does that as well, by the way. Tormentor being picked up by Small Panda. Has the shard now, has the glimpse as well to bring the Terrorblade back into the storm. Q, he has been exiting the field but cannot actually survive, and with the loss of their Terrorblade, they will just end up running away. Stampede from KNP wouldn't have helped the TB there. And looks like they're still not done. They'll glimpse KNP back. Stampede, once again, the Eul's is going to hold the Centaur in place. They will glimpse KNP back. The meld at this point cut through him. Ownage Call comes out too, as Karstens don't have too many runes for error. The Shrine of Wisdom that Chaosmat wanted was collected by the Hoodwink. And I think they're just going to push out this entire tier 2. Tier 1 tower does end up going down. It's not as early as they found in that previous game, but they're on a 12,000 net worth advantage. And Chaosmat will realize that they can just start running over these towers. Even when KNP respawns, he is not going to have his Stampede up. It's on cooldown for the next 50 seconds. Boombui, waiting, reveals his position. But it's so hard playing against the Aegis. Boombui needs to be careful. He has the snowball. The only question is he going to be able to snowball himself to safety? Oh, this takes in too much damage. 18th Desolator damage stack coming in from the Templar Assassin. And they're picking the high ground right now. This could end up being a mistake. Sure, they have the Aegis, and the Templar Assassin should always be able to blink out after his Aegis gets lost, but they'll force the glyph and they'll go back. KNP, they see him use to hold him in place, and the avalanche is going to be there. So too will the toss, and KNP, he is not running out of this one. There is a disruptor nearby. Small Panda will be able to glimpse KNP back, and Kismet is here to do the rest of the work.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And again, same scenario. No Stampede available when he comes back up. So there's not going to be a backdoor protection as well. And with the creeps being cleared up by SS, they might actually make their way towards the high ground now. How will Korstens defend this? Will it be a repeat of the same scenario where they simply give up their first lane of barracks for free? Certainly, Boomboy won't be around to make that call. They do bring their heroes in, so it does seem like the way they're posturing, they do want to defend. Torrent actually misses, and this barracks is gone. The ranged barracks isn't going to fare any better. A few more hits will do the trick, but the Crimson Guard from KNP will mean that the barracks survives for the momentary while. Aegis does expire. So Korstens do have options. They just don't have too many of those options.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They make a play on that Templar Assassin. Escape Pack comes out to save him, and he has a Hurricane Pike as well to reposition himself. He is going to get Exmoor back. Bushwhack comes out, and Sharpshooter should be enough. They should be able to break through him, and they have taken out the Templar. A monster kill streak going the way of Korstens as they finally find something going their way past the early game. They'll have another Bushwhack coming in. Butterfly effect does go in though with the Avalanche Toss. Doesn't deal nearly enough damage, but has another Avalanche Toss coming in. So Boomboy needs to be careful. Another Avalanche being used, another toss back on towards Boomboy. The Static Storm also comes out, but Small Panda needs to be careful. OMQ has the Sunder at the ready, trying to use it. Glimmer Cape is going to keep him safe, and he will be able to use the Sunder onto Butterfly effect, turning it around at the very last second thanks to that perfect Glimmer Cape coming in from Ren. They will salvage the team fight, actually coming out as the big winners of it. Templar Assassin being taken down, Tiny being taken down, and at the end, they only lost Boomboy. They only lost their support.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
14,000 net worth up for Roar. There has been a few glimmers coming out for Korstens, but they need more damage on their Terrorblade. They have the Unrelenting Eye, so he has a slow resistance.
Top tower is under attack.
But the slow resistance doesn't help him if the entirety of Roar's lineup are on top of him, and they are going to make their way on the Terrorblade. That is their big target. They just need to cut through Q, and the rest of the lineup falls in line. Desolator up for Kismet, and he has a Daedalus too. But rather, sorry, he had a Desolator already, and now he has a Daedalus. He hits for a lot. And if they capture the Terrorblade inside of the Static Storm, which by the way, Panda, small Panda, will have a Scepter up in just about one more component. So once you get to that Scepter, you disable nearly everything. It mutes your items completely. So no Crimson Guard potentially, no Glimmer Cape forced off, no Solar Crest, no BKBs, no Manta Style. Assuming that you catch them all. Depends on who you actually catch with the Static Storm. Roar does go out, and it's by Roshan. Carstens will instantly realize this, teleporting all of their heroes in place. KNP has the Stampede to start things off with. They see KNP down there. There is a Templar Assassin trap and no shard available, so no silence coming in from the Templar. Mamandaya goes in. He actually spotted out everyone, but he will glimpse the Centaur Warrior back. KNP, he is struggling inside the Static Storm, but the Glimmer Cape will keep him safe. Wheel of Wonder gets sent out, hypnotizing Mamandaya. But no one has fallen so far. Kismet will actually jump forward to try and secure the kill on KNP, but it has not happened so far. Butterfly Effect has lost his life as Kismet tries to go in. Snowball is there available from Boomboy to keep himself going. The hits from Kismet is not enough, but it's Double S who is still going on strong in that front line, will be able to take out Boomboy. Q once again has the Glimmer. These Glimmer Capes have been keeping everyone from Carstens alive so far. Q will be glimpsed back. No, he'll actually dodge it with that Manta. Templar Assassin needs to be very careful. If he gets caught, he is going to end up falling. Both sides trying to keep the distance here, as there is no more Primal Split, but Kissman does do a lot of damage. They're holding everyone, or rather Mamandaya at the very least, as well as Ren inside of that kinetic field. The play, MVP, Small Panda, coming in with the play that was the big difference maker in that fight. And remember, they didn't actually buy back on Butterfly Effect. They just bought back on Small Panda. And it's very surprising they're actually choosing to engage upon KNP. Second Roshan of the game is going to end up falling, as that was a well-fought team fight by Carstens. The supports, certainly both in that previous game, it's Boomboy as well as Ren who are constantly making sure their cores stay alive. They are doing their job. They are, doing their part. So at the end of the day, it has to be the cores to dish out the damage. As Q is going to go for that Butterfly. I'm not sure if he should go for the Eye of Skadi or the Butterfly. He's actually going for the Disperser, which is buffed up, by the way. The Disperser now also applies a Dispel on your enemies, and then you receive a Dispel on yourself. You also receive a lot of the benefits, such as that movement speed. Go call will be sounded out, and we will resume into the game. And now with the Aegis, they can choose to go about it in a multitude of ways. It just really depends on who they go in on. I think that last fight gave the Disruptor his Scepter too, but in about 200 gold, Small Panda will have it. And considering he did have to buy back too, right? He did lose about 1,000 gold, but he's able to overcome that because of the one team fight in the end. Even though the assist gold has been nerfed and it was Kismet who got the kills there. Second tier 2 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
is going to end up going down.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kismet will be able to take the tower down.
Has fallen.
Post on the occasional bounty.
KNP. Will he be able to escape? He should. Butterfly effect a bit too late with that avalanche. But the tier 2 towers have all fallen. 20,000 net worth advantage up at a 32-minute mark. It's not entirely impossible. It can be salvaged, but
Radiant structures
it's very hard. It is very hard indeed. They'll need one really good team fight. They'll need to play around whatever Roar bring in.
Radiant's bottom
And it is a lot they bring in. Banner has been placed down, so Roar,
is under attack.
they're not going anywhere
Structures are
for the next 2 minutes, or at least until the banner is up. Glyph is going to expire, the tower is going to end up falling, and sooner or later Carstens will have to make a move. And they do. Boombui goes in, Static Storm immediately planted down, and Boombui, he gets sent up into the air and will end up going down. The ghost ship does come out, but the Brewmaster is not the right target. He just cannot die. He has a safety net of that primal split as well. So Mamang Daya, despite a Boombui coming in with a buyback, that might just be his exit again. He gets faced up with a dieback. They'll send the Terrorblade up into the air. He has no recourse but to stay up there. Cannot have it dispelled away, and they will make quick work of the last barracks. Or rather, the second barracks. There's only one more barracks remaining. Wheel of Wonder does get sent out though as KMP goes in with the Stampede. Kismet is safe, so too is the Terrorblade, but he actually got brought back. Sunder used by Q. Kismet trying to dish out the damage against the TB is just not happening, but he has the second life, and there is no more Sunder. Q has fallen. That was... He bought out for the butterfly, so he doesn't actually have a buyback. Kismet, he wants to continue to go on in. Workhorse comes out, but KMP will fall. Mamang Daya again also going to end up going down, and that might as well be the game, because it will be Mega Creeps being picked up by Roar. In the end, they only have to get through one lane of barracks, and there is no more buyback. Mamang Daya does have one, but he'll only have the Hoodwink beside him. GG, well played will be called. Mamang Daya will surrender, and Roar Gaming will end up with a clean sweep win against Carstens. Oh man, a very interesting series. I think that Carstens did get off to that good start, but they just couldn't keep the wins coming. I think the Brewmaster did overtake the game at some point. I think the Tiny got a really good timing with the Blink Dagger and even started making plays before he had the Blink. And at the end of the day, all of the supports in this game, both from Roar and from Carstens, played out of their minds. I think the wins truly are, this entire game goes out to them. Because even on Carstens' side, Boombui played phenomenal. Ren played phenomenal. It just happened to not be enough. We do still have one more series for you guys, even though this one comes to an end. That series will take place after an hour because, it's just best of 3 timings. You give 3 hours. But Kopite and Veroja will be playing in a best of 3 in about an hour. So do make sure to tune on in then. For now, go have some breakfast. Go have a bit of a break. Veroja and the Kopites, who, by the way, played today as well in a different tournament. So we'll see whether or not the outcome will be different. I'm not exactly sure what happened there either, but both of these two teams should be pretty much evenly skilled. But Veroja, they have CJ and Pota. The middle lane and the safe lane for them is pretty strong. Juju, again, a lot of a lot of heavyweights coming in from Veroja. Meanwhile, for Kopites, again, Chucky on the safe lane. Cassie, I think Barry the Hatchet is their off-lane player, or I think he could be their mid. I think he's the off-lane player. I will actually just take a look. But regarding their draft, Veroja coming up with a very early Invoker pick, and Kopites come out with a very early Viper pick. Now, Viper, it's good if you reveal. It's okay if you reveal him early, but revealing the Invoker super early on is interesting. Makes me think that Veroja may not be playing it on the mid lane after all. But over here, I have the roster from Kopites. It is going to be Bury the Hatchet on the position 3 role.
5 seconds.
Meanwhile, Anya Organ should be the mid lane player. Jolibe again,
Team pick.
position 5 for them. So roster's figured out. Veroja will pick up a disruptor. I do very much like their draft. It's going to be a bit of a question on how they plan on taking this Viper out. You have the Shadow Demon for the saves coming in from Jolibe. Kopites with their Bounty Hunter makes it a bit hard to pull this lineup off. Sure, you have the track and the X factor of being able to get as much gold going for yourself, but at the end of the day, the Bounty Hunter doesn't offer as much follow-up as most other position 4 heroes. So even if you have the track, you're going to need to confirm the kill, and the Viper is not enough for that. So Kopites, they need to add in some more burst damage, or rather a lot more burst damage. Queen of Pain, maybe? By playing a Viper off lane, you can pick up a Queen of Pain on the mid lane. Viper can go for some auras, build up some tankiness, and the Queen of Pain can have that damage. But you are playing into a disruptor, so it is a bit rough. Kopites will go for an Axe, so this means it will be a Viper mid, an Axe off lane. Do add in some follow-up, or at least a setup for maybe the Nether Toxin from the Viper. Not exactly too sure, because there's not enough follow-up for the Axis setup. Sure, you have the Viper Strike and a few, sources of damage coming around, but it's not enough. Veroja's counter initiation is quite dangerous, particularly with a save coming in from the Tusk. The Snowball can negate your call. Gyrocopter has a cooldown, Invoker has a lot of control, and a Disruptor has the Glimpse. Just send the axe back, or even the Static Storm to plant it down on that call when it comes in. So it does seem like Veroja have a much better draft, at least in my opinion. Kopites do need to pick up a really strong carry in order to actually be on an equal footing, and I'm not even sure if they can come out to an equal footing in this game. Who do you even pick up as your carry? Abaddon is banned. CJ's Meepo is banned up as I don't think Kopites are ever going to let the Meepo go through. CJ did get his Gyrocopter. Sure, he doesn't have his Meepo, but he has his Gyro.
10 seconds remaining.
It may not be as flashy as his Meepo, but at the end of the day, the Gyrocopter does get the job done.
Radiant team ban.
Last ban ready and waiting for Veroja. They will also have the pick first. Thinking about what they want to go for. I am just adjusting the logos here so that we have them all
Dire team pick.
set out, and I have adjusted them. So it'll be Veroja on the Radiant side, Kopites on the Dire side. We'll have the logos appear in the screen in the game. Ursa Warrior banned up by Veroja. Juggernaut also taken out. So Kopites, they can go for a Terror Blade, but how do they actually keep their TB alive? How do they keep any carry they pick up here alive? It very much seems like an outdraft by Veroja right now. Don't exactly have too many options for Kopites. They have a minute to think about this, but they're actually just going to go for it. It's going to be the Wind Ranger. This can work out, but you're playing into a Disruptor, so it's not the easiest Wind Ranger game. And the amount of control coming in from the Invoker. For Veroja, they need to pick up an offlane hero, and right now you can go for the Primal Beast is
10
up.
seconds remaining.
There are a lot of offlane heroes actually banned out. Lycan,
5
Centaur,
seconds
Mars, Abaddon, Beastmaster, Timbersaw. So many offlane. There's not exactly a whole lot of offlane heroes left. I think you just go for the Primal Beast right now. That could be a good option, and Veroja will decide to go for it. A pretty solid draft coming up by Veroja. All in all, I do think that they have the stronger draft. Sure, you have the Wind Ranger coming out, is one of the S tier carries in the current meta, is also buffed up quite a bit, but Chucky will need to completely outplay the other side if he wants to even have a chance to stay in this game. Cassie will always be the X factor though with the Bounty Hunter, so you do have the track coming in. But I'm not exactly too sure if that is going to be enough. We'll have to see.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll have to see indeed. Gyrocopter
5 seconds remaining.
does seem to have a pretty good game, and I think Anya is also going to be a bit of an X factor, right? You are at the end of the day, you are playing a Viper into an Invoker. Will depend on what Anya goes for. I will say a lot of the Viper mid lane players of today do like to go for the Boots of Travel. It's not that good of an item. Can be okay against the Invoker, who's also going to be going for a bit of a passive first item, right? Maybe just goes for the Midas, maybe goes for the Booster Travel himself. So it does seem like the mid lane will be passive. There's not going to be a lot of plays being made by them. But maybe once Anya can get to that Aghanim Scepter, he is going to be playing aggressive. So the question is, who from Kopites will be making the plays? Because even a hero like the Axe plays very passive early on, inside of his lane, right? Maybe he's going to be just skipping the creeps, cutting the creeps, maybe even dominating his lane. That's a huge maybe because he has a Bounty Hunter, so it doesn't really seem like they can dominate any lane here. Because you have the Gyrocopter, the barrage will mean that Axe can't actually push into the Gyrocopter as easily as he would push into most other carries. And the Gyrocopter is supported up by a Tusk. This is perhaps the strongest support for the Gyro is the Tusk. It certainly does seem like a very uphill task for Veroja to be able to do much, as I will tune in the logos now, and you should be able to see it on your screens.
Just your bad luck.
There we go. As the games will begin, at least the first one of this series. I like the Kopites logo, but
Just business, nothing personal.
I'm farming late because I'm a winner.
good luck being thrown around. Someone needs to say good luck, have fun from the Dire side. But they will not, so at the end of the day, Juju will be left hanging. Aggressive Observer Ward planted down by Veroja. There is an Observer here by Kopites too, so if either Observer gets denied, they'll probably know that there's an Observer there. So I don't expect either Observer to be denied. Maibo, who is Maibo? I will have to take a look. It's not DB, it's a Vomi. Is it Vomi? Might just be a stand-in. I'm not exactly too sure about that.
The begins.
Tosk will not be able to take the rune away. At the end of it, though, it will be 2 and 2 bounty runes each. No one really coming up with an advantage per se. Hatchet, the pure damage battle hunger that is the most recent change in the patch. Certainly seems like Hatchet is going to have a good lane here, because it's not the Tusk with CJ, it is the Disruptor. The Disruptor is a better position 5 hero, I suppose, or rather the better version is that the Disruptor is a worse position 4 hero than he is position 5, so it will be a Tusk. It is good though, because at the end of the day you have the Drinking Bodies with the Primal Beast's Trample, increase his movement speed, and so he can trample on Chucky, trample on Jollibee. You do have a disruption and you have a wind run, so it doesn't seem like the trample is going to be that big a critical factor in allowing them to get anything done here. Surprising that Chucky, despite playing a position 1 Wind Ranger, has gone for the kill shot instead of the shackles. Jollibee does not have the disruption available, so this will be First Blood. Buhao will be able to keep himself alive, and First Blood will be drawn up by the Primal Beast. Chucky should be able to get the return, but it is an exchange that favors Veroja, as they did get the First Blood drawn. But not too bad for Chucky either. Getting a return kill, solo experience. He'll be ahead of the Primal Beast in that regard. Meanwhile, has a Null Talisman coming his way. Not exactly sure about this item. Max mana regen doesn't really do much, but Anya goes down towards that mid side. A rotation coming in from the Tusk, disabling that mid laner who is supposed to snowball. Anya very much has actually queued up his boost of travel too, so he is not going to be snowballing as hard. Let's see what Anya will be able to do. Force Spirit up for Pota. Doesn't really seem like, there's going to be that massive significance coming in for the Invoker, but maybe once the game starts scaling up for them. At the end of the day, the Invoker doesn't need to be quite that big of a playmaker. Right now, it's towards that bot lane. Bounty Hunter might actually fall to the Sunstrike coming in from Pota. So certainly making plays on the side lanes. Pota managing to get that experience for himself too. Because any global spell that picks up a kill gives you experience and gold. CJ being chased by a hatchet, but he can't actually get the kill. Rocket Barrage does quite a lot of work. He does have the Battle Hunger on himself, though needs to be able to dispel it. Will be able to find the creep kill, removing the Battle Hunger for himself, but Very the Hatch is going to come in with another Battle Hunger. Instantly gets dispelled away though. So not exactly ideal for the Axe. He has plenty of more mana and has the salve, will just salve himself back up. And it will be interesting to see what CJ goes for. Is it the Flat Cannons or is it the Barrage? Another one of those Battle Hungers placed up on the Gyrocopter, and it is a level 2 Battle Hunger. Tango is available for CJ, and he has the Fairy Fire too. Doesn't really seem to be worried too much about that Battle Hunger, but he took those neutral creep hits. He should have been worried about that Battle Hunger. He'll miss this creep wave as well, because he's not going to be here to soak up the experience. A massive loss to Veroja. I can't believe he tried to go for the creep pull there in that kind of a position. Juju looking for the distance, or rather looking to close the distance for that glimpse. Should be having it, but will decide not to glimpse the creep away. The courier is going to be sniped at 35 gold each. Remember, everyone gets 35 gold, so it's losing your courier. It gives a creep kill to everyone on your team. It's actually a full bounty rune if you think about it, because the bounty also gives about 45 gold or 40 gold at the starting, 46 right now. They're finding these bounty runes, but towards the mid side, Anya is found as well. Tusk, does he want to make a play? Turns out he doesn't. Turns out it's too late. Turns out that it's the Tusk who will get played instead. And maybe even Pota will end up falling. Bury his hair with the axe and they will overwhelm Pota. He will go down.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Very interesting. CJ, he is going to be the next target. Juju does have the glimpse, should be sending him back, but they'll use the Sunstrike first, and Barry the Hatchet has no more HP. Homing Missile will take him out. CJ will end up with the kill. As towards the mid lane, things are going from bad to worse for Pota. He is going to end up going down. Has the Midas queued up, but with no boots of speed, Anya can overwhelm him quite easily. So it is Kopite with 2,000 net worth of an advantage currently. Cassie did not see the Tusk just coming in, stealing the rune right from underneath the bounty hunter. Pota has to walk back into the lane. Meanwhile, Vomi, it is Vomi. Maivo is Vomi, right? He has all the letters of Vomi, so I'm assuming that's him. The one person who hasn't been disabled has 28 lost hits. It is Chucky who is at the very top of the CS chart though. As the Shadow Demon, Jolibe is here to try and secure the rune. The linings are being drawn on the map. As the Wind Ranger is going to move on over. Additional pots being made in the most recent map change. Jolibe will be spotted out by the Tusk with the focus fire comes out. Vomi is there thinking about whether or not he wants to go in. Drinking Buddy comes out at the very last second. No focus fire. Jolibe cannot clear up the Shrine of Wisdom. And it's actually going to be Chucky who will abandon this play. Instead, it will be 1-to-1 as far as the experience exchange goes and as far as the kill exchange goes. At the end of the day, Pota did have to make a teleportation play. Will be going back to his lane now. But it's not too bad. Cassie has a homing missile on him. Hatchet is coming in. Has no call though. And needs to be careful on himself. There is no more mana for that barrage, but you do have a Lotus. Another one of those barrages comes out at the back of that Lotus, and that is Hatchet falling. Anya is here, but Cassie is going to be that second casualty. CJ ending up with a double kill makes that exchange very well worth it for Veroja. Sure, Anya does get a kill, but they were doing pretty well to disable the Gyrocopter. Jolibe actually using the Blood Grenade to stack that camp. Pretty impressive decision making, I suppose. Pota is visible. Shadow Demon Disruption to start things off with. The Primal Beast is there though. Meteor comes down, dropping on top of Cassie. Can they keep their Invoker alive? Turns out they can't. Anya has come in. And with the Viper here, the strike on towards Juju. Slow down, has the glimpse, but really, can he get out of this position? It's a predicament. But with CJ coming in, they should be able to take Anya down. Instead, homing missile, but the barrage does too much damage. And Anya, despite of that disruption coming out, is going to be a goner. Tusk to end up with a double kill, and this little play they made was simply not worth it. Glimpse on that Shadow Demon, and Jolibe is going to go down too. Oh, Sunstrike will be the way he ends up going out. Pota did not mix his magic. He found his magic on the mark. Chucky.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This game is very back and forth between both of these two sides, but you have to consider the fact that you are playing a much better late game carry. But at the same time, it does seem like as far as the objectives go, Kopites are getting whatever they want.
Dire are scanning.
Cassie going for the wraparound. CJ. Is visible. There is no track. Cassie has been level 4 for quite some time. And once you have the track, that is when you can truly accelerate your advantage. But at least currently, they're not going to be able to do so. Should just focus on having Cassie's experience scale up. I think the problem is the Shrine of Wisdom didn't go in their favor either. Bury the Hatchet did pick that one up. As Vomi will disconnect, but should reconnect soon. Veroja are one of Lunar Snake's champions. You have to consider that. I believe it was 2 seasons ago Veroja ended up winning. The defending champion currently is, of course, going to be Yasho. Game will be paused, but should resume in time.
Just your bad luck.
As Pota will reconnect. And the game surely is going to resume. Actually, no, Maivo is, or Vomi is going to disconnect. As I don't think, yeah, the game is going to be paused again. Anya's
Mix my magics.
getting a bit too ahead of himself there. He's going for that Aghanim Scepter. Once you have that Aghanim Scepter, you know, Corrosive Haze, the attack speed slow makes it incredibly difficult to actually attack the Viper. And you have the Nosedive. Corrosive Haze effect, Corrosive Skin effect, sorry. Corrosive Haze is Slaughter's ultimate. Corrosive Skin's effect on an AoE for 4 seconds, it's 4 times the effect, right? So how much of a slow is it? 32 into 4 is around 128. Similar amount of attack speed slow, around 130 attacks. 130 attack speed slow is actually pretty significant. And it... So it's only the attack speed slow, it's not the damage. So the damage stays the same. Right, the damage stays 32 damage per second. It's just the attack speed slow that gets massively reduced. So then the question becomes, what exactly is the attack speed slow going to do?
No, I couldn't.
Perhaps on the gyrocopter, it's really good, but the side gunner depends on the gyrocopter's fire rate, so it will slow down his side gunner too when he eventually goes for it. I think it's a great spell to have on the gyro. May not be such a good spell to have against some of these other heroes who don't really rely on their attack speed. But let's see. Because this is I mean, at the end of the day, you will go for the Scepter regardless on a mid lane Viper. Pota does have his Midas. He will need to use it about 20 times before he gets that return on investment. Net worth wise, it is going to be Hatchet, who is at the very top of the chart. Has a Blade Mill, is making his way towards that Blink Dagger. So we'll have that utility based axe. No Dominator, Helm of the Dominator up for this axe. Meanwhile, Chucky fighting with the gyrocopter for that second place position, almost has a maelstrom at the ready. Maybe with the maelstrom they can do something,
A gift from the temple.
but that is a big maybe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Snowball is going to be there. Pota is... Or rather, I think it's Womi who will take up all of these creeps. I should have a Blink Dagger up soon too. In about 150 gold.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There is a smoke play underway. Cassie does have his track, so this should be where they increase the tempo. It should be where they kind of accelerate. But they're not going to find someone here. It is a good setup for the 14-minute Shrine of Wisdom that is going to spawn in about 30 seconds. Need to be careful because there are 2 places where you can teleport in. So the teleports can actually come in pretty quick. Juju is going to be the first point of contact. Has the static storm, will drop it down, but can't actually do much else. So that they'll take the disruptor out. He does not have a buyback to actually come into this, but will only be around 4 seconds away once that Shrine of Wisdom spawns. So it's still, he might just actually end up coming back to the fight, despite of not having his ultimate. Womi is going to go on towards Shocky. The Meteor Hammer comes down with a save coming in from Jolibay. Call down coming down too, as this is a pretty good position for Kopite. They'll be able to take out the Gyrocopter, although now they've started to suffer some losses. They've already lost Shocky, Anya. Pretty safe here, but Juju has a level 3 glimpse. They will bring Anya back. And with the cold stamp coming on towards that Viper, they should be able to make quick work of him, as Cassie unable to take Pota out, at least until the Gyro Viper was alive. He will be able to find the kill, but in the end, it will be 4 heroes lost for Kopites. They had a good start to the game, but just couldn't keep it up. Both teams are in a very good position, but CJ, he is not. Tier 2 teleports are going to come in, but they won't be able to keep the Gyrocopter alive. It will be a trade. Might end up being a double trade, actually. Bury the Hatchet is going to end up going down, as Cassie does show up, but needs Anya to do something to help him out, as Anya doesn't have a Scepter up, only has a Viper Strike, but may be able to take Pota down. At least trying to go for it. The poison attacks are keeping Veroja at bay, but they will be able to find Cassie. And now turn their attention on towards Anya. Sunstrike with the Atos means that Anya has nowhere to go and will fall. Again, I think that was 4 heroes that ended up going down this time around. Kopites, all they really found was that Gyrocopter. And sure, you're shutting down the Gyrocopter, but you're losing your entire team because of it. Wouldn't really call that a big win. Jolibay has the disruption though. Will end up using it, and there's not going to be any further threat on his life. Veroja don't have any towers though. They've lost all 3 of their tier 1s. So Kopai certainly do have more map control.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower should end up going down. So they will at least be able to open up the map a little bit.
Tower has fallen.
Mid lane call down. Cassie will apply the track, but Juju has a sentry, can place it down and glimpse the bounty hunter back, but will instead use plant down an observer. And I think that Cassie, you get vision with the track, at least in vision on the inventory, so he probably saw the sentry and the observer wards being used there, so should be able to just find the easy D boards. But we'll see.
Illusion.
Radiant are scanning.
CJ. Jollibee now has Blink Dagger, so his ability to save and initiate for his team is certainly going to be pretty valuable. But I wonder when they actually take a fight. Chucky, it does have a Mjolnir. Hatchet has the Blink Dagger, but they've decided to play it passive. Ever since they lost those two team fights, they've now slowed their roll. Meanwhile, Chucky is gonna get hit by the ATOS, but has the win run. However, he can't actually get out of that grab, as the highest net worth hero in the game will end up going down. It's going to end up being Womi, who is at the top now. And I think that's Womi's BKB flying out towards him. An entire BKB up. Once you get to the scepter timing, the scepter is too good. Quite honestly, it depends on how much damage he actually takes. So he just reverses all of that damage on towards the enemy. And with the two waves coming out, it's quite a lot. Cassie, visible underneath the sentry ward, will end up going down. And Kopites, quite frankly, they're not getting anything out of this anymore. They're just playing passive. But that is actually something quite big that they'll get out of this. CJ ends up going down as Tutusk turns it around on towards Hatchet, who's stuck inside of that ATOS Sunstrike, or rather, it's the Chaos Meteor as well as a Cold Snap. That will be the return kill, so even this pick-off that they found was not without punishment, but it is still at least something. Taking the gyrocopter down, I suppose it's something. I'm not entirely convinced that that was an advantageous trade. As Anya, he may have the scepter. His corrosive skin is level 3. They need to find the opening though. Pota is farming away for his Cataclysm. It does seem like the power spikes that Veroja will have are just going to be a lot stronger. I mean, the Scepter for Vomi, as he finds a kill and the Shrine of Wisdom, collects it away from, this time, there will not be a massive concentration of an effort coming in from Kopites. CJ will be a big force to contend with too. Dragonlance coming in for the gyrocopter, as it does seem like Chucky, he wants to get his BKB before they're ready to fight. The only thing is, your Viper is starting to fall off a cliff at this point. Anya barely has 5 digits of net worth and just has an Ogre Axe and a Scepter. His boost of travel doesn't actually help him to fight, as CJ is just optimizing his farm at this point. It's a fight though towards the bot lane. Unfortunately, Hatchet does not have a BKB. He'll go down for nothing. And even Jollibee is going to get grabbed up by the Pulverize and will go down. Disruption is not going to help him there. CJ will end up in the end with a double kill. Good pick off the find by Chucky. It's a mega kill streak actually going his way, so it's not as if it was a complete loss. They'll get something in exchange for the Tusk. And that's going to be his BKB, so it is a power spike at the end of the day that is going to be reaching him. But it's a power spike for CJ too. Invoker has the Aghanim Scepter. Cataclysm will force the BKB. That was very awkward from Chucky. His 9-second BKB being used such as to be able to, I don't know what, I don't think his life was in danger. I think he was expecting a Vomi to make the Pulverize, but Vomi is busy elsewhere, making a Pulverize on towards Anya. He has to teleport away, but willing to use the BKB for that, and I think he should be fine. So even Vomi's BKB being wasted. But is it a waste? Pota is chasing. They know Cassie is there. The Tornado is going to send the Bounty Hunter up into the air as Juju does come in. Sentry Ward isn't going to catch him, but the dust is coming off of cooldown from the Tusk. He is going to use the Dusk, but they'll unfortunately spot out a Viper. There is the Static Storm on top of Anya, and he doesn't have his own BKB, so instead of Cassie going down, they'll lose their mid laner. And I'm not sure if that is a worth it exchange, as even the Bounty Hunter is stuck. He will be glimpsed back, and another Dust is going to reveal his position. Snowball on top of the Bounty Hunter with the Invoker, and that will be a punch to take Cassie out. Chucky did find the kill shot, and Hatchet found CJ alongside Jollibee, so overall, I think that was a pretty even exchange. In fact, I think by taking CJ down, that was a better exchange for Kopites. It's a big mistake by Veroja. Although they may be able to take Chucky down, no. He'll just simply turn it around with the BKB. Has the Shackle shot. The Tusk should end up falling here. And with the Tusk dying, that's actually an exchange that favors Kopites now. Oh, Chaos Meteor, deafening loss, enough. But Pota, he'll just teleport away. Vomi will grab up the Viper, but unfortunately he doesn't have the Onslaught, so he will end up going down. Chucky will pick up a wicked 6 streak, and suddenly things don't look too good for Veroja anymore. Things really don't look good at all for them, especially as Pota. He may actually be grabbed up here. He picks up the Amplified Damage rune, and I think they have an idea where he is. He'll actually reveal his position, but Juju coming in from the side there, and the Snowball will momentarily buy them some amount of time. They have the Static Storm, so Pota can disengage. Has the Ghost Walk, but the kill shot is actually going to catch Juju at the tip. As the Tusk continues to try and disengage, but it will not happen. Kopite certainly finding their stride at this point. As Chucky continues to chase after Pota. Has another kill shot, but it's not going to land in time. CJ, does he want to go in with the call down? Chucky has the wind run, or rather he doesn't have the wind run. The homing missile will clean him up. But there is the Berserker's Call. The Sunstrike is going to come down, but it's not going to be a Cataclysm. The Blade Mill from Hatchet is actually going to mean that both Pota and CJ end up falling. Womi will come in to find the trade, but this is so messy from Veroja. Kopites are well ahead. 2,000 gold going the way. Sure, CJ found a lot of that gold, but it's not clean. I think Kopites are in a much better position. I think they're very happy with that, with those sets of exchanges. Womi? I have a feeling right now he's just using the Pulverize for no reason. He will try to onslaught away, but Jolibe is there. He has no teleport to use, so the Demonic Purge through his BKB. His BKB is going to run out, and Jolibe throws out a Disruption, and that will mean the end for Womi. He has been quite the menace so far, but in the end, he will go down. Pota does come in. As the Atos as well as the Cataclysm, or rather no, he just throws out a Deafening Blast and a Meteor. Doesn't have a BKB, so Pota, he really just wandered on here to die. It went from messy to an all-out spill because this is just a disaster for them. 5,000 of a lead right now, and even though I would prefer the Gyrocopter over the Wind Ranger, it's just that Veroja, despite of playing better than Kopites in the early to mid game, have now started to play worse. A lot worse. Cassie uses the track as the Axe Hatchet goes in with the Blade Mail. Chucky is coming in too. Snowball is going to chase after them, but Chucky has a BKB of his own. Gyrocopter CJ held, or rather, Grace Shards found by the Tusk, but in the end, it might just end up being a sacrifice, as it will be the support duo to end up giving up their lives. Jolibe is going to be fine. And sure, CJ disengages, but honestly, it's not that clean. Chucky grabbed up. Cataclysm is going to come down, but actually doesn't catch him at all. Has the Focus Fire. Womi held in. Focus Fire isn't being used. Now it comes out, but it was a bit too late. Chucky chasing after the Primal Beast, who is hit by the call and will be dunked. I think that is the first Berserkers, or rather the first Culling Blade that we have seen all game. 8,000 of a lead now, as things are not so simple anymore for Veroja. They are quite far behind and cannot win these team fights in a full 5v5 clash. Jolibe needs to be careful. Or rather, is it Pota who needs to be careful? The Axe is just waiting to go on in. There he goes with a two-man call and a dunk to end Pota. CJ has just teleported in and does not have a BKB, so needs to be really careful. They'll be able to take Cassie out first. And look, it looks like there is no response coming in from Kopites. They don't have their Viper or their Wind Ranger nearby. Chucky is going for that Aghanim Scepter and should have it soon, as Anya is going for that Shivas. Once you hit these two power spikes, I think the Kopites will just be able to finish the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Chucky with the Aegis. And uncontested Roshan. As Womi, he does see Hatchet. They'll be able to grab up the axe and bring him down first. This is a great way to start the fight. And I think for Kopite, they'll just disengage. But no, they choose to fight back. Juju will be the trade-off as Jollibee is in danger. He has a homing missile on him, but I think he should be okay. It's actually CJ who's not looking too good. He does not have the Satanic. It's the snowball that will mean the Satanic duration runs out and CJ will end up going down after the fact. Womi, still though, he is a bit strong on the Primal Beast, but now after the BKB, he gets shackled down. Pulverized does come out on the Viper, but in the end, it will be Chucky who will be the difference maker. He will be the one to win out this exchange. Pota trying to run away. Will the kill shot happen? It might just not. With Pota being able to outjuke the kill shot. Pota still stuck in the illusion, so it's another kill shot that will not land. Jollibee is able, or rather was able, to hold the Invoker for at least a second there, but in the end it will be a bit of a stalemate. And I do think it's a stalemate. Sure, it's a lot of gold going the way of Veroja, but you keep the Aegis alive on Chucky and he still has 4 minutes of that Aegis. They are making their way towards him though. Chucky, he is gonna get spotted out, and this kill will mean that it is in fact Veroja who will come out massively on top. Wind Ranger has the Wind Run, and they don't see him inside of the Wind Run. The sentry is there, but Hatchet comes in with the Berserker Squall. Static Storm drop down on top, and the Snowball will be there to save the Invoker. At least for the temporary while. It does seem like they can't take Chucky down twice. EMP comes out, which will deter Kopites. And actually a Cataclysm for a nice chunk of damage. Hatchet has no more HP. They won't be able to continue with this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As a Juju, he'll glimpse Chucky back, but the shackle shot was there. Easy enough pickings for the Wind Ranger. Has too much damage for heroes like the Disruptor. Pota, he's here again, but you have a BKB up for Chucky. No focus fire available, but with the break coming in from the Viper Strike, they will be able to overrun the Invoker, and this is things are collapsing right now. Tusk able to make it to the safety of his high ground, but it's Hatchet who will get traded out. Womi seems confident enough to fight outside of his base, but gets shackled instead. Has the Scepter, but needs to be safe. Womi, can he actually take the Wind Ranger out? He can't. It does seem like with the way that Veroja are playing this, coming in one by one, they are bungling team fights that would otherwise be really easy for them.
Dire's top tower is under
All they really have to do is fight 5v5, and I think they can come out ahead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Cassie sent up into the air, but CJ, who gets shackled instead, has the Satanic to try and life steal, but the Demonic Purge comes out and he cannot life steal out of that one. CJ has fallen. Cassie might have been traded out, but I think that Kopites are going to be very happy about that one. Is a Tusk who needs to be careful with Anya, especially coming in. Has another strike to use. Shiva's Guard gets sent out. Snowball is going to be there, and they'll be able to take Jollibee out, but it's going to be at the cost of at least their support duo and their carry. Juju
Are scanning.
is just going to get dunked. Viper coming on over, has the nosedive. Pota has the EMP, so he'll take Anya's mana out. CJ is going for a butterfly. Will definitely help him, but you have the Demonic Purge,
Tower is under attack.
right? It removes mostly everything. Not sure if it removes the evasion from the butterfly. We'll find out. Axe. Cataclysm is gonna miss. Womi has revealed himself. They should be able to catch the axe though, but it's been a bit too sloppy. They won't be able to. Shadow Demon. Womi is going to teleport away. The point booster actually kept on the ground by Jollibee to tempt the Primal Beast there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Anya.
top tower is under attack.
With the Viper, EMP goes out.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Womi once again, keeps trying to go for the grab. Cataclysm has also been used. Tornado EMP is going to miss. Kopites, they're playing Matrix around all of these spells, but they're not really
Radiant's top tower
doing anything from their side, right? It's just Veroja missing them. Call down does come out as Cassie gets glimpsed back, but the safety that from that disruption will save him. Meanwhile, CJ, he got hit by the shackle. Axe will go in with the call, and CJ will get dunked instead. There's the gyrocopter. He has now dropped, and there is no buyback for the gyro. Even this snowball from Tusk will end up with him losing his life. It's a Viper strike on towards the Invoker. He did throw out that tornado catching Hatchet, but Hatchet will go in with the call and it catches the Invoker. Snowball save comes out as the Pulverize does do quite a bit of damage, but in the end it will be Kopites who will come out on top. An entire team falling before them. Pota will come in for the buyback. So too will the Tusk. But the shackle found on Juju. It might just end up with him falling. Buybacks coming out from Kopites too as they make a play towards their outpost. They know that they have the advantage if they can find these diebacks. But they need to keep Chucky alive. He is trying to run away. Hatchet is here. Wants to take the Invoker down. Tried to go in for the call, but the tornado at the very last second keeps Pota going. And the question is, will Kopites disengage or will Pota chase? And it does seem like with their Viper having left, they will choose to go disengage. Roshan is going to spawn within 20 seconds. But it will spawn towards that bot lane. Pota needs to be careful. Anya has a BKB, but the gyrocopter has respawned. And there's no axe, there's no Chucky here, so I don't think Anya should stick around, particularly as the bounty hunter has used his buyback. No one in the game, no one in the entire game has a buyback, cooldown or no.
Radiant are scared.
Anya has a friendly shadow. They see CJ, but CJ also sees Cassie. They need to be very careful about where they make a move. Homing missile is going to be sent out flying the other way. As Anya should have realized there was a sentry ward there. They will actually grab the Viper up. Can they bring the Viper down? And they should be able to. It's actually going to be Kopites who have lost Cassie. 100 seconds without their bounty hunter, and Roshan is up for grab. And the Viper also does not have a buyback. So I think that for Veroja, they should take what they can find. They're pinging out the top side of the map, as I'm not sure why they have to go the long way there. But do they really not want to take Roshan down is the big question. CJ will go farm up the jungle camps that probably not where you want to farm, considering that you just have so much space right now around the map. They'll give the Roshan away to Kopites, who have two heroes down right now, who don't have a mid laner. And this is a massive blunder by Veroja. This is a very shoddy work by them. It's a shackle shot on Pota. He is now down without a buyback available. For about 120 seconds, they might be able to find the Shadow Demon, but he self-disrupts. He will go down to Womi, but Chucky has the Aegis, and Womi needs to be careful. He does have a buyback even if he goes down, as CJ comes in to try and fight against Chucky. Hasn't been able to take him out. Womi will end up going down as Hatchet has the reverse snowball. Tusk will stay instead of the Static Storm though, so it will mean they'll be able to take Hatchet down. Chucky goes in for another focus fire. He's the only one here still, but might be able to take CJ out all by himself. CJ survives with about 40 HP. Aegis is coming back up. CJ will heal himself to the neutral creature, ready to fight once again. Viper Strike, because of this observer board, they know that the Tusk was there. Snowball isn't going to come out in time. It is on cooldown. CJ has nowhere to go, and Chucky should be able to take him out. 4 heroes now down without a buyback on most of them. Only Womi has it. As a disruptor, Juju. Oh no, Juju, do not reveal yourself there, my friend. Just stay inside the trees where you are safe. Don't go for a spell. He has the blink dagger, so that's why I'm afraid he's gonna use a spell to blink away. He should just he can clean up the creep wave. Okay, no, he'll do the safe thing. I'm glad. Still no buyback, but it doesn't seem like they'll be able to find too much. They might find one lane of barracks. The Viper has the shard, so it can apply the poison attacks on these barracks too. Glyph was used. The glyph will of course refresh. Womi though doesn't want to wait for it. He will go in. Shackled down, but has the BKB. Actually, no, his BKB has worn off, and Womi is going to end up dropping. Pota needs to be very careful. If he falls over here, it could just end up being the game. Has the BKB and the Deafening Blast. Comes out in the radius, and will just be back to safety. Chucky should play it safe, but he'll actually dive the fountain to take Pota out. He doesn't have a buyback on Chucky. Disruption is there though to keep himself alive, or rather keep at least Chucky alive. Pulverize found on the wrong target, so that will allow Chucky to just win run away. Womi chases after Chucky, but the hatchet is there once again, sent up into the air before he can come in with the call. Chucky, or rather CJ, trying to fight back against Hatchet. Womi has fallen without buyback, and it's going to be Veroja who won't be able to make it to their base if CJ dies here. Can get back to the fountain with the drinking buddies. But it does seem that Kopites, they have a massive advantage with Chucky playing right outside of that fountain. Has another wind run to use. Is level 30 on the Wind Ranger. There's nothing that can go through his wind run at this point, and with CJ being the only one remaining apart from the Tusk, it does seem like it's going to be all over. The snowball is going to drag them further in the deep, and CJ activates his Satanic to try and turn things around, but it might not happen for too long. He has been able to take 2 heroes out, but he can't actually take Chucky. That will be the end for Veroja potentially, as Chucky may, or rather CJ may have a buyback, but it's only him. Now I do think that it's not the end of the game. They'll only lose 2 barracks, but with Pota respawning, with Chucky having, or rather with CJ having the buyback, they can come back to try and reverse this game around, but there aren't too many opportunities left. In fact, even the Disruptor is going to come in with the buyback. Pota, he has respawned, deciding not to actually teleport there. Chucky focusing the tower here. Pota tries to go in for the Viper. Isn't going to be able to find much. Actually, it's a Viper Strike on towards Pota. CJ is going to come in with a buyback, but it's a bit too little too late. Pota has already fallen down, and Chucky will just wind run away. Is going to be glimpsed back in here, though. CJ has the Satanic, but the wind run, CJ can't actually hit the Wind Ranger. CJ is just going to drop for nothing. throne is now vulnerable and GG will be called by Potas Veroja despite of having so many advantages going in the early to mid game there. They gave the comeback up to Kopites, falling in one by one, playing it too passive, and the one time they had a massive advantage, they should have gone for the Roshan while it was 4v3. Instead, they didn't go for Roshan, they gave it away to the other side, and Kopites were allowed to come up with the comeback. Of course, this was just game number 1 in a best of 3, and Kopites, while playing strong, did have a lot of weaknesses there, particularly in the early to mid game. Let's see if Veroja will be able to exploit them and take Kopites to a game number 3. We will find out, or rather, we will resume with the series right after a short break. Anya with the puck going to get grabbed back, but Pota needs to be careful. He does have the zap up now, so it's a lot more difficult to get the storm down, but there is a dream coil available. 8-minute rune is gonna spawn. Cassie will end up picking it up. There has no mana for the power shot though, but they'll get it done with the auto attacks. As Juju needs to be careful. Ooh, Illusory Orb is actually going to miss on towards Juju. That would have been a kill otherwise, but Cassie is going to come in with a focus fire and will make his way out. Anya will end up with a double kill, as a neutral creep actually took Cassie out. So Cassie not only found the deny, but also found the right play there. Chucky needs to be careful. There is a spear that is going to miss though, so he was careful not to get hit by it, I suppose.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Hatchet has the Gale coming on towards him. The Purify is going to come out, but Hatchet really has no scenario where he can fight back. He is not going to have the kind of impact that you would expect from an Omni Knight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Shadow Demon. Needs to be a bit careful. Or rather, it's actually... It is Kopites who need to be careful. I do think that they are going to get... I think their heroes don't scale as well. Like the Omni Knight, I'm struggling to see how he plans on scaling. Now, he will hit critical mass once he gets to this kind of, the pub stomping build with the Blink Dagger as well as the Echo Saber, but it's still very hard. Kill shot not going to happen, but the Static Storm is going to be there. Jollibee does have the Thunder Strike, and with the silence coming in from the Waning Rift, it will be enough to take Pota down. Anya, or rather Jollibee, is trying to go for the teleport out and will actually be able to find it. Can he actually heal past all of the debuffs there? It does seem like he can, and even in fact, it will be the Shadow Demon to fall. Courier to go down too, but it's Chucky who will die to a solo Mars. He also used the Omni Slash, but turns out it was not enough. Cassie will make his move back over on that top side, but they got the advantage. Pota makes a play towards that Omni Knight, as there is a level 4 Purify. He can unleash it, but it's not done much. Pota trying to find the kill, will be able to find it with the last zap coming in from the Soul Ring mana. Great kill to be found, but it is an Omni Knight that they've managed to take down 6 times now. So Hatchet really, somehow Kopites will have to find a way to win this game without a reliable Omni Knight. I'm not sure what the reliable Omni Knight does, but they'll have to win it without that one anyway.
They're trying to kill me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Anya, in the meanwhile, certainly appearing as a playmaker, and Chucky continues to farm, even though he is behind, very far behind the Kez, by the way. The Kez is at this point absolutely massive. CJ has around 6,000 net worth, may even be 6,300 net worth once he takes Cassie down. The Purify does come out. CJ needs to be a bit careful. Hatchet is also doesn't have too much to contend with, but actually will be able to take out the Storm with that hammer coming in at that very last second. All thanks to Cassie's shackle shot, by the way. If that did not land, Pota would not have died.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They are coming in. Chucky has the Omni Slash, was able to unleash it in time, right as the spear was about to hit him, and now Buhao is going to go down to 2 kills that they were able to find. And I do think that Kopites come out ahead in that exchange. They'll even be able to find this tower with one last hit coming in from the puck.
Radiant's top tower
And as this tower falls, it is Kopite with the objective advantage. But the storm comes in on towards Jollibee. Static storm dropped down. Did not use the glimpse though. I don't even think the glimpse would have done anything. I think Pota would have been safe even after, or rather, even while he got hit with the glimpse. Anya needs to be very careful. Coil is gonna get unleashed. The storm needs to be, has a regen rune. Anya can't get this kill. And he's gonna give up his life for it. Mega kill streak going the way of Pota.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're trying to kill me!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Stormflare goes in for the zap. Hatchet is there, has the repel up now, but it's a fight towards that mid lane. Vomi is coming in, has the spear that pushes the disruptor back. That will be enough to take him out. All the meanwhile, Pota comes in with the zap as the puck will be able to jaunt away, but unfortunately will not be able to survive. Kopites lose 3. Juju ends up with a triple kill. In fact, Kopites will lose 4. Towers being equalized, but it's not actually an equalizer. Kopites have lost 2 towers.
Dire's middle tower
And they're in trouble. Previously, with the Puck was doing much better than Storm, and he still is, but the Storm has found his recovery. Pota now has the Kaya, almost has, or he's far away from the Sanj and Kaya, but he'll have it soon. As the Juggernaut still 15 minutes in, does not have the Battle Fury. It's not that bad of a timing. But on the other hand, Kaz is doing really well. 2,000 ahead of the Juggernaut. Jollibee is going to be grabbed up by the Storm, who will throw out the Static Storm, but unfortunately, the repulsion from the Disruptor will actually push the Storm out of the field. Hatchet is going to fall too as the puck does come in but misses the Waning Rift. And Cassie is stuck inside of the Plague Wards. Cannot actually get away. This is just a massacre at this point. Kopites don't actually have too much to fight back with. And there's not exactly too much room they have either. Juggernaut is visible, is going to try and go for the teleport away. The stun will not be there. The Noxious Plague was actually dodged away by Anya. And I think Juju can go down, but Juju has a full vessel built up. Anya is the one who might just end up falling here, has nowhere to go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And this is... Jollibee is right about that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Pota will get a glimpse back, but the question is, does he want to go for yet another zap? He doesn't have the soul ring, so I don't think he will be going for it. Power shot misses Pota, but will land on Buhao. I am not sure of the chances Kopites have, if I'm being honest. Hatchet barely has an item.
Dire are scanning.
He actually doesn't have an item. He'll get his Echo Saber up in about 100 gold. But they're gonna go in on Jollibee anyway. Vomi will be able to pick up the kill there. As the map is being pressured all around, they have left Chucky to just farm up on the Juggernaut. But the pace at which things are going for the Storm Spirit, he is now on 12 galvanized charges. Previously, where the Puck was ahead of him, now the Puck, Anya has started to scale off. Has a Witchblade. Noxious Plague, the grab from the Storm, that might just end up being enough damage. There's a vessel on the Puck, and he is going to drop. Hatchet, who may have been here, but the Guardian Angel I'm not sure what he can get done. CJ will just grapple away. Meanwhile, Cassie throws out the focus fire. As Chucky, even he's going to be forced to teleport away. Glimpse back as the storm spirit jumps in towards Cassie, who is trying to focus fire Juju down, but it will never happen. Juju ends it with a wicked 6 streak.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And it just seems like
Dire's bottom tower is under
Kopite's chances in this game are very low. They found a comeback in that previous game, but there was never a 10,000 lead against them. Hatchet. Again, going to get grabbed up, speared to the tower, and might just end up going down. No, he actually ends up running away. Towards that bot side though, CJ is in trouble. Chucky actually is going to end up falling. CJ is the trouble. Has a Desolator up, and even Jolivet is going to get grappled. The Glimpse is not going to help him. Pota will end up with that kill. And Kopites, at this point in time, it'll take a miracle to find their comeback.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're playing with this
Radiant are scanning.
niche trick. It's just Cassie throwing out the power shots. Won't be able to send out too many of those in 30 seconds. Or for 30 seconds, because he's dead. Anya. CJ now has a BKB. Veroja didn't do a good job at finishing, or rather, closing out the game. Right, so perhaps that might be where Kopites can come back from. But I'm taking a look at their comeback mechanics. They're just not that healthy. As Anya is going to get skewered. Pota is here too. He has the phase shift, but can he find his way out? He can't. He will die within his own coil. Tier 1 tower is also going to go down.
Tower is under attack.
20 Desolator stacks up for CJ.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I didn't think it was possible.
Dire's top tower.
Ownage calls are coming out because Jolivet has fallen too, and I'm not too sure about the chances here right now. Amplify damage on the Mars. I think for Kopites, they just have to disengage and constantly just try to farm around the map while they can. All their hopes pinned on a Juggernaut who is behind even the Venomancer. That is the state of the game.
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kez is... Oh no.
Attack.
I'm not sure what the idea here is. Showing up on the map will just result in being grabbed up by the storm. Tower is going to go down,
Middle tower has fallen.
and pretty soon, 20 more minutes in, your high ground will be besieged. But they may want to go back, secure Roshan first. As CJ is inside that smoke of deceit. Juggernaut needs to be careful because CJ is going to come in. There is a silence to start things off with as Pota picks up Cassie elsewhere on the map. Chucky,
They're trying to kill me.
or rather, it's actually Jolivet. He came in with a glimpse from the other side. They'll keep their Juggernaut going.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom
Pota
tower is under attack.
will end up going down. That is a huge kill that Chucky found. Not exactly too sure how they found him. Certainly seems like he became a bit too overconfident, but maybe with the storm down, they can take a fight. They're gonna go in, but instantly CJ, or rather Womi, found the skewer on the Juggernaut. Their hopes and dreams will crash before them as they lose their Omni Knight. CJ now goes inside of the base. It's near the tier 4s. He'll take the courier out first. Static Storm comes out in response. And Perhaps Veroja have overextended, but Anya doesn't have the survivability to continue standing in his ground. He will just kick out to the vessel. Tier 3 tower is going to be besieged. Turns out that death on that storm didn't really change much because the rest of Veroja are pretty strong. I mean, CJ has more than 6,000 net worth compared to the Juggernaut. What chance do they really have? As Protoss jumps in after respawning, will be able to make quick work of the two remaining heroes of Kopites. It is a double kill as Anya will just simply call GG. They will give this game up and try to refresh their minds after that disaster of an offlane. Really do not think that an Omni Knight offlane is in the current meta. I know we had a huge patch, but I've yet to see the Omni Knight offlane work for, I don't know, like, the past several months haven't been too kind to the Omni Knight, I would say. Let's see though, because it is the opportunity to come out with this with a fresh start in that third and decisive game, as Veroja have tied up this series and it will be taking it to a game number 3. Let's see who exactly is going to be the big winner of the series as we head for a short break before we resume with Lunar Snake Trophy season number 5. group stage. There are 2 series tomorrow, and then we will have our rest of the series that we have remaining after that. Kopites, I believe that it was a draft issue in that previous game. That Omni Knight position 3, I was thinking about it in my mind, wasn't sure, and even in the game, it did not really do anything. I think that this Timbersaw pick is a much better pick because at the end of the day, there aren't too many drafts in which we see a Timbersaw actually being given to a team. Veroja will not ban that one out. They will actually go for a Skyrats Mage and a Pugna on their lineup, so they do have some ways to deal with the Timbersaw. In particular, I think the Skyrats Mage Mystic Flare, which has a setup, you have the Mars Arena as well as the Spear to set up for that Mystic Flare. I think that can be enough to take out the Timbersaw. Not to mention the Nether Ward will dish out a bit of damage on the Timber, so you can get to the Timber, slowly chip at him and take him out. Silver Edge is buffed up too, so if someone wants to go for that. And now when you apply the hit from the Silver Edge, it reduces your movement speed, but Kopites will actually pick up a Brood Mother. And this is a bit of a South American specialty that we all have in Southeast Asia. This is interesting because there's not exactly too many players that I can think of at the top of my head that can play a very good Brood. But Kopites, I mean, they've picked it up, so perhaps they're looking to prove me wrong. Me and everyone else, I suppose. I will take a look at what the Broodmother changes were, because I think there were quite a few changes to the Broodmother. I think the Broodmother has been buffed up. Nerf to the Aghanim Shard. The incapacitating bite bonus has been increased by quite a margin, from 2 at the level 1 mark to 3, and at the level 4 mark from 8 to 12, so it's pretty good. Not to mention Broodmother's illusions also benefit from the web. That's not exactly all that good, but this is interesting because Veroja will pick up a Slark, a hero that has been massively buffed up, but at the same time, Slark did not win yesterday when it did come out. I'm not sure which team actually played with the Slark. I will also just check that really quickly.
5 seconds remaining.
Because we did have a Slark yesterday. It was in the series between Carstens and Murvox. In game number 2, Carstens picked up the Slark as their last pick. They still ended up losing to Murvox. Although I think the start game for the Slark was hard then, I think the game for the Slark is actually much harder now. You take a look at the Slark counters here, the Broodmother and the Timbersaw. I'm not exactly too sure of why Veroja picked this hero, and in a position where they have their supports already revealed. Kopites will know this is not going to be a support Slark. This is in fact a Slark carry. Support Slark, I say that because the support Slark does seem to be the way that tier 1 teams are playing it. In particular, you take a look at 9 class. He did play the support Slark in Dream League. Massively buffed on this hero. But we'll see what he can do here today.
10 seconds
Veroja
remaining.
thinking about their 5th pick.
5 seconds remaining.
It needs to be a good one. The Storm Spirit is banned up, so they can't actually go for Pota Storm. So who are they going to go for?
Radiant team pick.
It's actually going to be the Batrider. A good hero against the Timber and the Brood. I will say that. And they have the follow-up for the Lasso. They have the Mystic Flare. So I do really like this. At the same time, I'm not convinced this is going to be a Broodmother on the offlane. Yeah, Kopites will just pick up a Huskar. And that's a pretty good counter to the Batrider. The Batrider can't come in that quick. Not to mention, the Huskar has magic damage resistance. So it is very much back and forth, but I do think that Kopite's draft is going to be significantly stronger. They are playing with a position 1 Broodmother, a Timbersaw on the offlane, and a Huskar on the mid lane, certainly designed to snowball, and Veroja have to make it work with a Slark carry, who doesn't fare that well against the Timbersaw. Previously, the Slark used to have that Barracuda, which means that outside of having his level 6, he would still have that innate HP regen. But now his HP regen and his bonus movement speed have been put back onto that Shadow Dance. So how is he supposed to survive on this offlane? This is risky business. Kopites are coming in with a Timber and a Tusk. Two heroes that are great against a Slork. Veroja, to protect their Slork, they're going to be sending Juju down there. The Pugna. I feel like the Pugna is going to be a liability more than anything else. Does not have any healing, does not have any sustain. I do think the Kopites have an opportunity to dominate their off lane. I think they have an opportunity to win their safe lane too because of the Brood versus Mars. It's actually a pretty okay matchup for the Brood Mother, especially since you have that Warlock. And mid lane can go either way. I know that the Huskar is okay against a Batrider, but at the end of the day, you are playing a Batrider. You should look to dominate your lane. Even if you can't, you can look towards making lasso plays towards other parts of the map. Let's see though, I will adjust the logos once again because the teams have been switched around. It is going to be Kopites playing
Prepare
in the
for battle.
I feed you to my fiends.
on the Radiant side, so forgive me for that, guys. I will just adjust the logos. There we go. You should see the logos on your screen. It is very much going to be a rough game for at least the laning phase. You have a Slark, so you can maybe find your recovery. Again, it is a very new patch. Slark has been completely reworked. He actually doesn't even have a facet right now. Look at this. Still reeling from nightmares about Darkreef. He wasn't doing that before because he had the facets, but now he is reeling from Darkreef. CJ. Remember, Slark has the Essence Shift at the very start of the game. So Veroja have the opportunity to get off to a good head start. Cassie has the shards, but the concussive shot is going to land on him, and Juju will end up drawing first blood.
The battle begins.
Anya. Also going to get zoned back. And actually brought really low on his HP. Sure, he has the Berserker's blood. But, no Burning Spear. It's going to be a rough time for the Huskar. But let's see what he can get done here. On the bot lane is going to be Chucky on the Brood Mother. And this is, again, a lane that I think Chucky should be happy with. Sure, you have the concussive shot. Buhao is playing a hero that is considered very annoying because you can constantly dish out the arcane bolts and the concussive shots. But Jollibake with the heal should be able to keep the Brood Mother safe. Is it going to happen that way? There's a Mars in the mix, so there's the spears and rebukes coming all around. So it may not, be so easy.
Dire's courier has been killed.
At the same time, Timbersaw plus a Tusk. Cassie has the shards at the ready. Ooh, Anya goes down towards that mid lane. Certainly seems like, in my head, the Huskar can do okay against the Batrider, but in practicality, the Batrider is supposed to dominate just about every single matchup. Sure, the Huskar isn't a melee hero, but it does seem like Pota, definitely the difference maker for Veroja. He has had a phenomenal mid lane career, and I think is one of the best mid lane players in this season. Perhaps overall in the tier 2 to tier 3 Southeast Asian region. Let's see what he can get done going forward. As there are going to be close qualifiers coming up soon in January. Which, to be fair, is only like, 9 days away. CJ is still stacking up on those last hits, so this Timbersaw matchup certainly not deterring him quite just yet. As Hatchet has the magic stick, doesn't actually have the reactive armor set up. Hatchet wants to make a play on Juju, but
Killed.
apparently Cassie doesn't feel the same way. Anya, still comparatively, Anya has nearly double the CS that Pota does. So it's still not the same thing because Pota got a kill on Anya, so Pota will be ahead in terms of experience, ahead in terms of gold. As Buhao needs to be careful if he gets hit by the Broodmother, especially with the incapacitating bite, insatiable hunger, sorry. Pota found an underkill on Anya. I turned away from the mid lane for just a second, and that is just a second that Pota needs. Tips coming onto Pota as well because they realize what he's actually doing. He is going to be creating so much space for his team because Cassie has to protect their Huskar now. Perhaps someone has to. Because clearly this matchup is not going to be working out for the Huskar. Anya may very well just fall back to the jungle to just farm up. Is going to be 2 levels behind the Batrider pretty soon. If things continue to go Pota's way. CJ isn't doing too terribly. 19 lost hits, he's actually well ahead of the Timber. Has as much CS, nearly as much CS. It's not the same. Oh no, Anya. I don't know what to do, guys. Should I keep a part of the screen displayed on this mid lane? How much of a beating will Anya take? 0-3 right now, and he should just go to the jungle. Because clearly, even bringing Cassie into the mid lane to provide some protection isn't doing anything. Topside, CJ, Salty Shiv coming into play. But at the level 1 mark, you lose the Salty Shiv benefit before you can dish out another hit. Anya, let's see. Hopefully he doesn't go down again. But I have a feeling he might just because Pota will have that level 6. A 2-level advantage for the Batrider being built up. As now with the lasso, he is going to go in. Didn't actually grab Anya while he could. I think he lost vision of him there for just a millisecond. So Anya will be lucky to count his cards. Chucky towards that bot lane. Spear is up for Vomi. He should be able to push Chucky back in case the Broodmother decides to go in. CJ is going to go for a Diffusal Blade this game. Interesting item decision. It is the preferred item on the Slark. For sure, 100% is... I've always felt that the Diffusal Blade should cost less gold because it's currently quite expensive. It's around 2,500 gold, all things considered. 1,050 for the recipe. You know, that's 1,500, and then 2,500 gold for a Diffusal Blade is quite expensive for what the item actually does. It's a very slow duration slow, honestly. But on heroes like the Slark, that's all they need, right? 1 Salty Shiv, you seal away 3 movement speed. You build up the Orb of Corrosion, maybe. As Pota does go for another grab on towards Anya, who does not have the armlet. The snowball is going to come out in response, but in the end, that is just borrowed time that Anya has. He will end up going down, and Cassie, who was unfortunate enough to support his mid laner, will go down too. Things are not looking good for anyone on their team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Juju has the shards at the ready. Anya, this is a nice pincer move. If they can actually... They don't have the life break though. But CJ is going to come in. And that means that they're going to get pushed back anyway. A massive show of force from both of these two teams. as CJ is getting pushed back and so is Juju. So in the end, it will just be a disengagement from both sides without any casualty. And I think that doesn't favor either side, really. I think Boomers is going to be happy farming away. However, it's still a move being made. Buhao able to take Cassie down. It's 0-7. So they're not actually getting anything done here. Even the Timber Saw is going to end up dropping. Hatchet falls. And Veroja, despite of having the weaker lanes, at least in my opinion, are winning all three of them. Anya may be able to take Pota down with all of those burning spear stacks, but in the end, it will be Pota who got the kill first. The killing spree does go the way of Anya. He actually grabbed up 500 gold. The Batrider only got 277. That's actually very well worth it for Anya, but the experience advantage that the Batrider currently possesses, 2 levels of an advantage, 3 levels I believe before. It's not looking too good. 3,000 of a lead. And again, there's just maybe too much pressure on Chucky to be the difference maker. And in a situation where all of your hopes are pinned on a Broodmother, it's not a good position to be in. Anya? Life break is there, but Juju is there too. Anya needs to be careful. He does not have the armlet, so can't actually toggle his HP up. But he was lucky there was no life break, or rather, no lasso, but I think he knew that. Anya, now Juju used it to grabify. He is defenseless. So this is going to end up being the second kill that they'll grab. As Cassie was looking for the snowball in. They do have a sentry, so they will see Pota, but Pota will actually go in. With a concussive shot coming in from the Skywrath Mage. Does Pota have enough damage? No, it's going to be a life break dropped on top of that Batrider. However, Pota was able to get the kill, uses the lasso to get a second kill going his way. And Jollibee is going to end up eating the Mystic Flare. 3 kills coming out for the price of 1. And even the 1 price that they had to give up, it was Pota who got 2 kills at the very start.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Things are really not working out. But
Radiant's middle tower.
Chucky is playing a very active Broodmother because he is going to go for an Orchid. So it is a nice contingency plan to have. Start playing around with the Orchid, get return kills. There are multiple vulnerable targets against the Orchid. I think Chucky can solo kill the Skywrath, can solo kill the Pugna, maybe even find the Slark. And with the Orchid, they can build a setup to take out the Batrider too. They just have to find the right openings. They don't have too many stuns. In fact, they only have about one reliable, or they have unreliable stuns all over. The Snowball, as well as the Chaotic Offering. That's just about it. So they'll have to make do. Anya is getting run down. He doesn't have the armlet. But Pota does not have the life break either. As they'll keep Anya alive, he'll live to fight another day. And they're applying pressure towards this bot lane. Chaotic Offering used. There's a Golem and there's all the Spiderlings from this Broodmother. So perhaps by opening up the map, they can fight back.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Buhao coming in with a concussive shot towards that backline. Jollibee is going to get caught up. And will go down. I suppose that is the price you have to pay to get the barracks down, or rather to get the tier 1 tower down. And it is a worth it price, considering that you are playing with limited pushing capacity. And now, because most of the heroes from Veroja are busy towards that bot lane, perhaps they can apply some pressure towards this mid side. Kopites, of course. Porter does come back, has a lasso, has a flame break. Hatchet is gonna go down towards that top lane.
Dire's middle tower.
Man, not exactly a good kill, or not exactly a kill you want to give up to a Slark, as Pota will find a long-range kill on Cassie. Snowball was there, but Cassie couldn't do a single thing. And now Pota will grab up Anya. He does have the armlet. Now he's going to go in for the life break as he is able to toggle, but the Decrepify will hold Anya in place for him to fall. Pota will die second though.
Radiant's top tower.
As that just means that Pota got the experience from that kill yet again. CJ has a Diffusal Blade. It's a pretty farmed out Slark and is going to be making his pounce on Jollibee. The pounce doesn't land, but the shiv does. Snowball. Shadow Dance does come out from CJ as he got off the Dark Pact. Uses the Salty Shiv on a Hatchet before just running away. Is going to go for that Scepter, as Hatchet really wants the skill with the Life Break coming out from Anya. However, Pota is here with the Flame Break, and Anya cannot actually toggle the armlet out of this one. He'll just end up going down. Cassie to fall too, and Hatchet has nowhere to go. Timber Chain to buy some space, but it's just not enough. Even towards that bot lane, Chucky trying his very best to make something happen for his team against Vomi. He might be able to get this kill because there is no spear, there is a rebuke, there's an arena too, and a spear coming online. I think Vomi can save his own life. Will dish out the spear as well as the arena, but Chucky found that little snipe. I think Vomi shouldn't have stuck around. I think he should have just directly exited the arena instead of just sidestepping inside of it. That perhaps he was thinking about how he can possibly get a return kill. But his team will have to get the return kill. They have the Life Break, but they won't even need it. Just one Flame Break is enough to get Chucky. So it is at the end of the day a trade, but I think Chucky's going to be happy with that solo kill. It's not enough by Kopite. I think they're getting overrun here. But the one consolation, the one light they have, the one silver lining, is that their carry is at the top of the net worth chart. I think maybe with that fact, they can have some semblance of a chance transitioning into the mid game. But they will need their Broodmother to have, you know, a lot of damage, a lot of survivability. Maybe he goes for the BKB up next. Right now, he's going for that Manta style. Chucky needs to be careful. He is going to get speared down. Pota does not have a Blink Dagger, but the teleports, they are going to come in en masse. Vomi is in danger. Life Break comes out as Anya is going to get grabbed up by that lasso and brought down. Chucky is also going to fall down too with that last hit coming about as the Tusk comes in with a snowball. Finds the punch on Juju, but Pota will end up clearing out the Warlock. It's a 2 for 3 as Cassie is probably going to die as well. But finds a nice charge to create that separation. Cassie's still alive. Does not have a Blink Dagger, and Pota decides not to go in for the chase. Overall, not that good, really. It may seem like a 3 for 2 trade, but you have to consider the fact that Anya lost 13 gold. Broodmother only got about 231 out of that entire exchange, and the Huskar, Pota, or rather, Anya got 0 experience. Chucky ended up with 395. All the meanwhile, Pota ended up with 1700 experience, 650 gold. And you can tell who the big winner of that entire exchange was.
Dire are scanning.
Hatchet. Silence by Buhao with a salty shiv on his back. And the toss, or rather, CJ will be able to take him out. Pota ends up finding Jollibait too, but this time around, Anya was there to grab up a mega kill streak. And that is a big return that Kopite did end up getting. But they need to be careful.
Radiant structures are fortified.
CJ is about to end up with an Aghanim Scepter on the Slurk, and he'll have those big bounces. As Kopites try to snipe out a Roshan. This could be massive if they can actually come out with it. There is a Slurk nearby, but they have no idea that this is happening. It will end up being Roshan going the way of Kopites. They finally get some breathing room going for themselves. Unfortunately, Jollibait is not going to end up with too much oxygen as he did go down. Anya, he's going to run into the Slurk. Silence down, and there goes the Aegis. They had an opportunity, but perhaps they still do. With the second life coming up for Anya, the Life Break going to apply on the Slurk, but the Shadow Dance comes out and they can't get that kill. Pota has the lasso, but does not even need it. He'll actually save the lasso for the Timber. Spear down by the Mars, and it is a complete collapse. Pounce now landing on Anya. He is on his second life, but cannot do anything, stuck in between of 5 heroes. Veroja are just simply playing too good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll even take Jollibee out inside of the high ground. 9-31 on the kill feed. Chucky, who has been farming up this entire time, is going to come in but cannot fight back against that Shadow Dance. Is going to end up eating that Flame Break as CJ will land that shiv right on the Broodmother's back. Take him out, take out the tier 2 tower, and quite literally nothing. There is nothing that is going Kopite's way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Life Break applied on Pota. The Decrepit comes out to buy him some amount of space. Chaotic Offering as well as the Arena, and they are stuck. Graves are going to be marked inside of that Arena. Anya, as well as Jollibee, is going to fall. Anya will just call GG. 18 minutes and they have lost the appetite to continue with this game. It is just a massacre, and they do not want any more part of it. It is going to be Veroja who will come out as your series winners. And I think with this win, Veroja may have just secured their spot in the playoffs. I will actually take a look because I don't want to... Veroja come out with 3 series wins after this current win. They have a series tomorrow, so I think after the series tomorrow, it's going to be a lot clearer. Carstens, in the meanwhile, they have only 1 series win. So Carstens are actually in big trouble. Kopites, meanwhile, even though they don't win here right now, they still do have 3 series wins. A lot of... you know, the things are becoming a lot clearer as far as the group stage standings go, but we do...
Again. It is minute 23, so I think we could be getting ready for Roshan. He's getting pinged. That's his shield rune. Think away before killing the rest of the creeps. And then Rapido. Rapidly behind him. But think away. He is very elusive. Tough catch. Playing on high ground. Well, spot Drake. Entry. One of the proximity miles kills. Rapido goes for a blind torrent. X marks will not connect. Very, very close. Both times Deco gets in. Fog of War. Well, pop the Guardian Greaves he already has. 2k gold lead with 8% lead. According to Dota Plus, to Ivory on the inform is used. They really want to fight this one. They're without a troll. He's got a Battle Fury axe. He doesn't care. Rick kills the wave. He's very farmed on this pick. He's Hanza. Components of the beast in his possession. Well, but he's bought them. Okay. I don't even have Fog of War, bro. Disappeared from my screen. That's crazy. Also, 2 components. Blink out. Smoke disappears. Good to the high ground. Picasso could have been caught there. No progress on this dire side. Troll is farming very, very, very fast. Level 20 as well. He's so far ahead, everybody. Even a Dragon Knight will barely get 18 soon. 9-second BKB. Pain would love to have the axe and level 18. Don't have either just yet. What would you worded everything? It's also you're playing with a Midas Slardar, so you gotta be a little bit, a lot slow for him to actually make use of the 1,200 gold. Maybe when he gets to BKB is gonna be the time. He's got an alerted serrated shift. That is a massive item for him. Pain is gonna get something soon. Onza's got her own vast serrated. Or what does she want to go? Playing with the greedy. Like that. Must be a Whisper of the Dread. Magic resist. Must be the spell. Not committing to it. Highest net worth on his team. Rolls in the pit. Blast doesn't kiss as well though. Going in, stun, life drain onto the troll. The netherworld gets done, pull back. No BKB Slaughter will just die. Sonic Wave comes in a bit late. I'm saying that, but the Slither Ring Crush does a lot of work, and that's a deny from Roshan. BKB from Monza. Can he get anything else? Ken is losing a lot of HP. He doesn't have a BKB. He doesn't have any HP. And now the pursuit continues. Perfect shackle shot onto a couple. Proximity Mines trying their best, and now using the tidal wave will find one of the kills. Rapido and Drick manning up. Cookie forward. Monza will die to Rapido. Spirit Vessel will claim his soul. 4 for 4 buyback from the Pugna. Rapido starts getting healed by this Pugna. Deco, ooh, nice sidestepping the tidal wave. Has a cookie in 2 seconds, but the X mark, is it there? It is there. Deco really trying his best here. Doing a lot. Life drain. Him yet. 4 steps to the high ground. Another tidal wave, and that's a full team wipe. 5 for 4 plus a buyback, but it is Rapido standing last once more in what is a very, very even numerical fight. Liv came into D-word. He is getting caught and controlled. Tidal wave push back into Starters there. Nice to ring crush. Another Tormentor onto a couple, and Picasso really wanted to save his body, but that Syndrome is gonna prove devastating because it enables the taking of the Roshan, and it is the first. Tower under siege tier 2 first, sorry, second to fall.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Full damage. It's an amplified damage rune, but oh, AK not dying to a Tormy. He doesn't give a damn. Got a fireball. Do 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 do. Ken's got the Crystallis. Going for the Daedalus. I would say it's higher than 66. I would say it's more like 67. That's gonna, if they're paying attention. Lots of proximity mines here for Drake. Smoke right there. Your, oh God Squad, he is Yule. Oh, no, the Yule Scepter came too late. He's dead. There's no way he gets out of there. Glimmer. Sentry comes in a bit later, but there's no way for him to get out. He was too slow on the Yules. Olive also gets controlled and killed, and this might be a very anticlimactic ending to a otherwise a very back and forth series. Crept to keep the creep alive. The wave is coming. Matter too much. Monza have level 20. Well, are they going to bring for Slaughter? Is actually going for a double buyback. Jumping in Picasso versus Ken. Ken is standing his ground, but look at the Sonic Wave connecting 1 to 3. Gets the kill onto Tihi. You'll Scepter up in the air. AK-47 has popped the battle trance. If he dies once, it doesn't matter. Buyback for the Queen of Pain. Wind Ranger, no buyback. BKB was gone, and so was her life. And it's better Rax mid. Got the bug now. Also, last course standing. I actually don't know why there isn't more of an attempt at pushing top. During there's a 50-second cooldown. Well, 50-second dead Queen of Pain, and you know she's got no buyback. She just did. Oh, snap. Snap. Okay. Well, get out of there. They need to throw a lot to save her, and sadly for them, they need to throw away Picasso's life to protect the support. They're getting picked off one after the other. Another landed torrent, and 5 seconds until the carry is back. Who can he carry with Blink away from Deco? 2v5 for 20 seconds, and then it's going to be a 3v5 for another 30. Mega mid, mega top. Deco really trying to push the creep wave. They're fortifying to stop him from killing the range creep. That's carry on top. They know they're getting into tier 4. A Konka with the all chat. Rapido telling them they're all washed up. Zero blinks out, goes onto Drake, and okay. The torrent. It doesn't matter again. Monza turns around. He's literally tickling in here. Shackle shot doesn't come. He just dies. Sonic Wave onto the troll, who pops the battle trance to finish the game off. GG's, well played. Ivory maintained their undefeated match streak in this season, and Kamado played some very nice Dota. I think there's a lot of good takeaways from there. Hopefully they can up something nicely for next coming games. This is still very, very early in the season, and you know how EL is. Playoffs are where it all matters. So that is it for the end of today. I was waxing. My pleasure to bring you this double header matchup, and I shall see you again with Dota 2. Alf.